take conversations out into the lobby area, close the doors back there, and everyone can please get their seats so we can start this meeting. Very good. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Pompano Beach City Commission meeting, January 14th, 2025. Before we get started, if everybody could please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate, that way we don't get disrupted during the meeting. So please check your cell phones, make sure they're either on silent mode or just turn them off. It's kind of free feeling, to turn that cell phone off. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here, thank you. If I can ask everyone to please rise for the invocation, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Father, give us wisdom to do your will as we consider today's agenda for the residents of the city of Pompano Beach. Let us do our best to follow your guidance. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of December the 10th, 2024?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the special City Commission meeting minutes of December 16th, 2024?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda today, we will be postponing item number 24 until the February the 11th meeting. So postpone item number 24 until February the 11th. Mr. Harrison, are there any other changes to our agenda?
No, sir, that's it.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we will be pulling items 2, 4, 5, 7, and 11. So that's items number 2, 4, 5, 7, and 11. All other items will be considered as one, but and are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. But those items 2, 4, 5, 7, 11 will be dealt with individually, so they are not eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. Very good. That takes us up to a very, very pleasurable duty that I have. It's not on the agenda, but I've got a special proclamation that I've got to take care of. I'll be over at the podium. Thank you. All right. For those of you, well, pretty much for anybody who has much of anything to do with the city, and who has had anything to do with the city for many, many years, has probably gone through the city manager's office. And there has been a solid employee in the city manager's office for 32 years who has been helping make sure this city moves forward, things get done, just making sure that things are in proper order. And that person is City Manager Secretary Shelley Bartholomew. She is retiring. Yes. She's retiring after 32 years of service to this city, to various city managers. Let's see, six different city managers. So she has seen a lot. She knows a lot, and she is going to be a tremendous loss to this city. But she's decided it's time to sail off into the seas there and have some fun and not be so tethered to her job here at the city of Pompano Beach, even though she loves it here and we love her here. But yes, she's retiring. Thursday is her last day, and I'm terribly sorry to see you go, Shelley. I mean, we've been together a long time, but the city of Pompano Beach owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to somebody like Shelley. So I've got a proclamation I'd like to read. So Shelley, if you can come up here, come on. I know you don't do this very often. You don't get in the spotlight, but come on up. Bring your family too. Come on, they can come too. All right, come on. And so, anytime, I mean, we all know this, anytime you've got a job, yep, you get up, you go to work, you do your job, you come home, but it's not just an individual. It is a family affair because you leave the family at home, you sacrifice time away from your family. So yes, it's fitting and right that we have Shelley's family here also, because it really is truly a family affair, and it has been a family affair in the city of Pompano Beach for 32 years. So, here we go. Whereas Shelley Bartholomew dedicated 32 remarkable years to serving the public through her unwavering commitment to excellence in government administration for the city of Pompano Beach. And whereas Shelley's steadfast support, adaptability, and positive demeanor earned her the respect and admiration of colleagues, supervisors, and the community alike. And whereas during her tenure, Shelley received the Mayor's Appreciation Award and has been recognized by several civic organizations for her work ethic and collaborative efforts. And whereas Shelley's exceptional organizational skills, attention to detail, and ability to foster relationships has significantly contributed to the efficient and successful operation of the city manager's office. And whereas the role of executive assistant is vital to the success of any organization, Shelley has fulfilled this role with the utmost integrity over the course of 3 decades. And whereas this milestone represents not only a personal achievement, but also creates a legacy of service that has positively impacted the lives of many. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents, do hereby extend our deep appreciation to Shelley Bartholomew. Thank you for your service and support to the community, and best wishes for a wonderful retirement. Done this 14th day of January, 2025, Rex Harden, Mayor. Shelley, we cannot thank you enough for what you have done, and we appreciate everything that you've done for me personally, but for this city, for the residents, and those who come in contact with it. Thank you, Shelley. And now, we're going to hear from Shelley. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been my honor to serve the citizens of Pompano Beach for all these years, and I hope in some way that I have made a difference. I've truly loved my job and the city of Pompano Beach. I've worked under several mayors and commissioners, many commissioners, and enjoyed working with all of them. I've served under 6 city managers, and each of them brought their own management style and personalities, to which I adapted, and they to me. So I guess it worked. It's been a pleasure to work for the current city manager, Greg Harrison. He's a wonderful leader. He's dedicated and loves the city of Pompano Beach and the city employees. I will truly miss him and everyone on the agenda, or the commission. And I'd especially like to thank my husband and daughter for always supporting me in my job. And now it's onward. And also, I can't forget our office, Brian, Earl, Suzette, Sandra, Audrey, and Carrie, our team. It's been a great team, and I'm going to miss them and all the city employees that I've come to know so much. So thank you, and I'm on to my new chapter.
All right. Let's see. Well, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up today for audience to be heard? Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 6 speakers.
6 speakers, very good.
Yes, first speaker, Vicente Thrower, followed by Lizzie Phillips, followed by Jocelyn Jackson, followed by Pat Anderson. Vicente Thrower.
Just name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Good afternoon.
Vicente, Pompano Beach. Happy New Year, Mayor and Commission. I got a couple of little but serious issues. Mayor, what is our policy on people that have marijuana licenses? Like if I apply for a job here in Pompano Beach, what if I'm a veteran and I have a mental issue and I have a prescription to have my smokes? Would that keep me from being able to get employment here?
I really don't know, to be honest with you, Mr. Thrower. I'm not sure what the policy is of the HR department in that regard, but we can sure get that answer for you.
I think it would be a sin and wrong to have a problem with people that have mental disabled issues, which is a health issue, and still say that they cannot work here. Now, why would that be a problem here if they're doing it on their off-duty time, not on duty?
Okay, well, I didn't say it was a problem, number one.
Well, somebody said, yeah.
Sorry, what?
Somebody just said, yes, it is. So I wondered, was that the city attorney?
So it's,
My bad. I thought I
like I
heard-
said, I don't know what the HR department's policy is on that, but we can sure get that answer for you.
Well, I'm hoping that we don't have an issue with people that have serious issues and that they can get hired in spite of their health issues that they may. Many people are battling cancer and still have to take those type of situations.
Sure.
So I'm hoping that we will look into that. And, another thing, Mayor, over at Weaver Park has been successful and has been thriving, and we did a lot of improvements to it to make it move forward. But somebody went and dug a retention area out there, and my homeboy and them and the elderly people go out there and walk and play with their kids. But the mosquitoes are now becoming a real big problem. And this is as a couple of hours ago, they're complaining and saying mosquitoes are literally on their cars and everything else because that retention area has been dug. It was never there in the original plans. All of a sudden now there's a retention area out there that has been dug and it's causing us a lot of problems. Okay. Can we figure out how to solve that situation?
We'll certainly take a look at it for sure. Yes, I'll have the city manager, he'll look into that.
Last but not least, Mayor, MLK Day is coming up. And I would like to ask the Mayor and Commission to encourage all staff and department heads to know that that is not just a day off, but to please, as much as possible, come and celebrate MLK Day with us and know that that is a day that is important to us as a city and as a community, and it is not just a free day to take off.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I've also been getting complaints regarding Canal Point, the retention pond. I didn't know it was there, but I received quite a few calls. It is a very, very large area of water, and I've been getting complaints about mosquitoes in the area. So if staff or someone can look into that and get back with me, because I had no idea that the retention pond was there. So those things I like to stay on top of in my district, but I would like to have staff or someone look into it. Thank you.
Very good. Canal Point and Weaver Park. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Very good. Making notes here as we go along. I'm sure Mr. Harrison is also. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Thrower. Next speaker, Ms. Phillips.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Phillips. I am here representing the Tiger Trail Festival.
Sit down. Thank you.
The Tiger Trail Festival, the 29th annual for Black History Month. And we are excited to have some wonderful honorees. We have Jean McIntyre, Jamonica Roll, Patricia Williams, Allison Forner, Rhonda E. and Dale Holness, Eric McLemore, and I have a few others, but for the sake of time, I won't get into that. So we are asking you guys to come out and show your support. We are passing around some ad books if you know any vendors. any nonprofit vendors, anyone who wants to come out and show some of the honorees their love and support. We do have a number of events coming on. It's going to be the gala, that's on the 1st. We have a youth leadership forum, the 5K walk run, and a few other events. You can go to our website, www.tigertrailfestival.com. And again, this is not our first rodeo. We're excited once again for everybody to come out, the community, the family, just anyone who wants to be involved in all of our wonderful events. You know, if you have any questions, you can reach us at PF Insurance, 954-973-3038, or you can also go to the website. Any questions, guys? I said it all? All right. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Appreciate all your efforts.
She didn't say it all. We also have a 5K run. We looking for the new Darlene, you to walk, Fisk, you to run, and Mayor run, Beverly walk, and Mayor Fournier, you run. But we looking for the city of Pompano Beach to come out, not only support MLK Day, but support Tiger Trail Festival in our 5K run. We appreciate it if you come out. If not, support, donate, and promote our event. We're hoping that Broward Sheriff Office will send some of his runners out there, the ones that can run, instead of walking around with them big guns and intimidate everybody.
All right. Thank you so
Very
much.
good. Okay, thank you much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, Ms. Jackson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Jackson. Good afternoon to the mayor, to the dais, and everyone in their respectful places. I would like to address some concerns from the last commission meeting. Commissioner Fazek, with regards to the attempted burglary of your home, voting yes for the additional BSO public safety grant funding of $75,000 may have been helpful in employing additional law enforcement officers to deter the type of activity in your $1 million home neighborhood, but you voted no. Commissioner Perkins, you pointed out the toxic response from the staff but failed to acknowledge your manipulative behavior that initiated the reaction in the first place. At the first reading, you supported the benefit bonus package for the employees, and for you to betray them at the second reading by voting against them shows your inconsistency in leadership. We as a community, including staff, should work diligently to neutralize barriers to advancements so that we can accomplish the goals of the Northwest area. This can start when you start taking accountability for your actions. Commissioner Fournier, you made some disturbing accusations. You addressed City Manager Greg Harrison regarding his opinion of you being ridiculous. You stated that if he publicly embarrassed you again, you would call a vote. What vote? What policy or ordinance empowers you to call a disciplinary action, termination, etc., when staff simply states their opinion? In addition to that, you made the comment to Rex Harding that he acted as a tough guy. What is a tough guy? From the perspective, this language is a form of disrespect. You referred to the outgoing board as lame duck commissions, which you do that often. This terminology could be viewed as disrespectful. You also stated that Mayor Harding allowed the residents to use inappropriate language while admonishing some and not others. However, you failed to address a resident that you invited after she insulted the assistant city manager, Suzette Sybil, by referring to her as a gal. Of course, you got to know what gal is when somebody calls you a gal, which is a similar inappropriate. It is apparent to me that you are well able to point out the shortcomings of others but overlook your own. I'm a single black mother who grew up in slum and blighted and derelict neighborhoods in Pompano Beach, where domestic violence disputes and gun violence reign heavily. I wake up to fight and rise above the odds as a mission in my everyday life. You and Commissioner Fezzik and Perkins voted your choice no, not to allow the employees to receive their benefit bonus package, but the information was publicly announced
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I appreciate
before
it.
Mayor Hardin posted
Ms. Jackson, I'm gonna
sentiments
have
for
to-
clarity to residents of Pompano
Ms.
Beach
Ja-
on the
Ms.
social media
Jackson,
page.
I'm going to have to ask you to cut it off.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll
Appreciate it.
finish on the next
Thank you.
meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Mayor?
Thank
You have
you.
a great day.
Thank you, Ms.
Oh, she
Jackson.
needs something. She want to say something.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. You can leave the.
Well, she want to probably ask me a question.
Ms. Jackson, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna
Have
walk
a good day. Thank you.
Mayor?
I've got Commissioner Perkins and I've got Vice Mayor Fournier. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, I've noticed that this young lady comes up at every meeting to give her opinion and her feelings on different issues and things that are going on in the city. And I'm just wondering who write these things for her and who is she working for? Does she work for you, Greg Harrison? Does she work for the city? Does she work for the CRA?
No, ma'am.
She does not? Okay. She doesn't work for the city nor the CRA? Okay, thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
A couple things. I just noticed that we didn't get an address either. Most people have to give a name and address.
It's optional.
Okay, that's good for people to know. So it's actually optional to give a name and address?
Except on, please, if you got a comment, take it outside, unless you're at the podium. Unless it's quasi judicial, then it's required.
Great, good to know. And I just, one quick response. Per our charter, the city manager works for this body.
Yes, I am gonna ask one last time for people to please be quiet. Thank you.
You keep saying people, but it's one person.
I want people to be quiet.
Okay, well, it's just one person that's out there
I'm
yelling.
asking people to be quiet.
Okay, but it's still one person.
Thank you, Commissioner Perkins. The Vice Mayor has the floor.
I think that's sufficient for this topic.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Pat Anderson, followed by Jacqueline Moreland, followed by Tondra King.
Hi, I'm Pat Russell Anderson, and I'm talking about the same stuff, and I've got the same address. So you all know where I live. I live near the Pink Church, and we're making news now on Channel 6. For the third time, migrants coming down Sailfish Canal by the Pink Church. It doesn't get in our newspapers. It doesn't get written up by our PSO. But what I'm here for is pretty much the same thing. You don't tell the truth about Sailfish Canal. I deal directly with Army Corps of Engineers and National Wildlife Federation. I do not deal with you guys anymore. It's too much for you to read. You don't understand it. You don't understand, I had a smash to my home. I've lived there for 30 years. I am now a widow for some time, and I had my entire senior savings stolen because I was giving a code citation by Calvin Klein Associates that my dock and seawall were in disrepair. Oh, there was no mention about the smash and the Broward County Catastrophic Structural Damage Report that I gave. No, even if you got it, and you got all my records and all my emails, but I tried very hard to get clearance on what had happened. And every time my neighbors and I went to a value adjustment board, we were stonewalled. Well, anyway, I decided that, yeah, after 12 years, John, let's get married. So we got married on the 21st day of December in Fort Lauderdale at the Bonnet House. And I am now going to be changing my name. So now you have the name changed and the house name number changed, And now there's really going to be confusion because I'm going to have a new name and live next door. So you're really never going to find out about the old house at 2640, changed to 2642 by Chris Ema of McLean and Ema. He has changed those Broward County property appraisers' records since 2015 when there was a foreclosure on that property. It went into foreclosure, and it was...
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your wedding.
Yeah, so anyway, I appreciate this, and I want you to know that I am working with Channel 6 too. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms.
Next speaker.
Sorry, Mayor. Jackie Moreland, followed by Tondra King.
Just name and address to the record, please. Limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Moreland. I live at 1526 Northwest 7th Lane in Pompano Beach. Mr. Harrison, I want to say thank you for our attempted scheduling of the ride-along, which is scheduled for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I know Shelley talked with me and said she had to reschedule it. There were some problems with the scheduling for the first time. So I look forward to that, along with Commissioner Perkins, for the trying to locate a place for the Braggs Criswell substation in the Northwest section. So our ride along is tomorrow. Thank you for that. And my other concern, Mayor Harden, is to you. As I watched your harangue on Facebook on December 11th, I was totally appalled at the way that you spoke about Vice Mayor Fornora and Commissioner Perkins and Commissioner Fessick. The way in which you communicated how you felt, and what I also found was unsettling and perplexing is that you would take to Facebook to do that. And I know that that is a monetized platform that you spoke on. And I just think that when it's city business of that and you're that concerned or that upset, I think it should be done in the forum of the city where you are elected to say those things to us. Yes, you have your own Facebook page, but I think that it was quite defaming to their professional character and the manner in which you spoke about them. And they have a right to disagree, to vote the way they want to, and I know that that has all been rectified and there's a vote, everybody's getting what they're supposed to get. But I just think that the way that I heard you speak about that and the manner in which you spoke, I look for that same thing here when we come to the meetings where those things are supposed to be discussed. But to get on Facebook where a lot of members in the community, they don't have Facebook. My mother doesn't have Facebook, so if there was something going on and people needed to know, they don't go on Facebook to see it. So I was kind of taken aback by the way that that was handled. And we also live in a democracy, so, you know, they have the right, we have the right to vote and to do what we want to because it's not a dictatorship. So that was my concern. I was a little bit taken aback about how that was handled. And I do too have concerns about the retention pond in Weaver Park. I live in Canal Point and I walk at that park and the mosquitoes are really, really bad since they've dug that retention pond. So I definitely want to ask if you all could make sure that that is looked at and taken care of because the children and the elderly are out there at that park. And lastly, I want to say I look forward to the Black History programs that will come from the city for the month of February. I have been meeting with Ty, and I'm just looking forward to what we have going on and hope all that will come to fruition really soon.
Very good. Thank you for that. Next speaker.
Tondra King. I have just a couple things that I'd like to address. Every day I take the route of Blunt Road, so I pass the homeless shelter, and I drop my granddaughter to school. And day after day and year after year, we see the same thing. People have set up tents, 5, 10, 15, 20 families. Every day we see this. And this is appalling to me for a city that has so much money. We're building all these billion-dollar projects, but yet these people, day after day, they sit there. I pass these people. On the other day when it was frigid outside, my granddaughter said, why don't they have a warm bed to lie in? She's 6. So is a 6-year-old wiser than us to understand that it doesn't make sense, that this is our city? And I just don't believe that if we had 20, 30 people lying on the beach and camped out on the beach, that we would let this pass. And I just don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to the people for whatever reason that they're unhoused. We need to find out. I do know that Ms. Rhett does a great job. I've called on her several times. I try not to. I try to handle it myself because I know she's overwhelmed. I know the Broward Sheriff's Office has some people, but clearly we can see it's not enough. So instead of using all the money to build down MLK and to build a casino and for the McDougal House, we need to take some of those millions of dollars and assist these people that are downtrodden in our community and find out whatever that problem is. I don't think it's fair that every day, day after day, I drive by there and see those people lying out, camped out, carts, all their belongings, some with children that may not be able to go into the shelter that day. You can drive by yourself. I sent each of you an email with some of the pictures, and I can take pictures every day, although I don't. I just really hope that as a city, we will put people first and not projects, and please let's revisit. I came to the budget meeting. I try to be a part of the solution, but it breaks my heart to pass there day after day, day after day. What are we doing? Like, I'm the only one seeing this. We have to put something in place to make this different for the people. Some people say, well, they don't want help. Well, let's find out whatever the story is. We need to address it. It's just not a good look for our community. And we want our community to look nice as well. And it doesn't look nice. And my granddaughter mentions it every day. The only other thing I have is that on Northwest 15th Street, where my mom lives, every day I can sit there, I can send you videos. The 18-wheelers come down that way. They come off Dixie Highway and they head west down 15th Street, and I know they're not supposed to. And we're just waiting on a catastrophe to happen on that street. There are a lot of seniors in that area. There's a daycare down there that has over 200 and something kids, and I don't think we should wait till something catastrophic happens before we address this problem. I brought it up a few times here, and I haven't seen any changes. They still come piling down 15th Street. I think they're supposed to go maybe even west of Andrews. Thank you so much. If somebody can look into it, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
That concludes audience to be heard, Mayor.
Very good. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Harrison, I believe Northwest 15th Street, that's a county road?
Yes, sir.
All the way from Dixie Highway out to Powerline? Because I know we've addressed that issue numerous times, tried to get some cooperation from the county to change things out there, but they are unwilling on that issue. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Yeah, along with the traffic of the trucks on 15th, we still have the parking, overnight parking with the large trucks on 15th. I think we resolved it, I guess, about 7 or 8 months ago, but they're back. So you have about at least 8 or 9 trucks there every night, sleeping there overnight on the side of the road on 15th, which is closer to the railroad track on 15th. So those trucks are parked there all night, and it's ongoing.
Is that, just out of curiosity, Commissioner, is that where the overpass is? Because I thought we put the bollards
No, they're a
out.
little bit closer to Andrews.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit closer to Andrews. So
Okay.
we were trying to put something in place, I guess, a while back where we were charging them a little bit more or giving them a ticket for parking there or sleeping there overnight, and we need to start back, reinforcing that as well.
Definitely.
So the other thing is, a lot of this is in my remarks, but the issue on Blunt Road, I was there about a week ago. I guess it was about 6 in the morning. I kept getting these complaints from this lady that works with the county. So I met her over there at 6 o'clock that morning, and her complaint was the trucks are parking in the middle of the road in the mornings because they're waiting on the businesses to open. And it's delaying a lot of traffic in that area. So we need to bring more attention to that area on Blunt Road, and there are about 7 or 8 people just laying on the sidewalk sleep. And it was pretty cool that morning as well. So we need to see what we can do about those people that are laying around and sleeping on the sidewalks all night. And I'm not sure what the county can do, but maybe our police department can do something to help them to not sleep in that area when you're passing by, as Ms. King mentioned. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I want to address a couple of those same points. I was out at Blount Road recently also, and sometimes it looks better and sometimes it looks worse. There were a lot of people out there, a lot of carts and garbage, so we do need to put some more attention out there right now. I do know the second the temperature dropped, I was in touch with BSO and to see what our plan was, and they do have a cold weather plan. They open emergency bed spaces in the shelter and at the Salvation Army. So they were out there actively offering places for people to go, but we can't force them to take us up on it. So there is at least a plan in place to give them blankets and to try to offer something temporary. And then with respect to everything you're talking about, Ms. King, I agree with you. Tomorrow night I'm actually hosting a bunch of organizations countywide that work in social services and with the homeless for a kind of brainstorming session at the American Legion. I think I put you on the email, but I will make sure to follow up so to see if you can be there. Thank you.
Very good. That takes us up to our consent agenda. That ends audience to be heard, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. Takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving items 1, 3, 6, 8 through 10, and 12 through 18?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item number 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a temporary access agreement between Broward County and the City of Pompano Beach relating to the Broward County Segment 2 Shore Protection Project, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Thank you. So I wanted to just clarify some things and ask a few questions. Broward County, I was contacted and I asked some questions from Lee Gottlieb, who's part of the Adopt a Dune program. And I have done some work with him at the Breakers and other places on the beach along Pompano. But the Breakers is fairly unique because they had this sort of a drop-off, exactly with the reason why Broward County would be sort of pulling the sand down. And through the work of Lee and his volunteers, they decided instead of sort of just knocking the cliff down to level it, they were going to try a natural approach. And the natural approach was work with nature, work with the dunes, work with the plants, to plant and extend that line. They were able to have they had a 6-foot cliff at one point, and they were able to extend. I was just out there fairly recently. They were able to fix that, extend the dune, extend and the sand now is obviously very, very much level or, a gradual pace. I asked him, when we were speaking, I asked him for his insight into some of this, and if there's anything that we are doing with the city, with the county, to ensure that we, obviously in heavily traveled areas, i.e. the public beach, things like that, this type of avoidance of escarpment or cliff removal is not something that we can avoid. But in places where we can, are we working with the county at all to make sure that we're protecting those dunes and encouraging the growth of those dunes?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works. Yes, Commissioner, we are, and we have that Adopt a Dune program, and where you mentioned the Breakers, there used to, a long time ago, be a additional dune that ran the whole length there. Now, by an aerial, you can see it's very little left, and with Lee's help, we're trying to extend that back together. And you mentioned that steep drop-off, that escarpment. It happens, seems like, well, of course, with the storm, but almost every fall, we realize a lot of these strong winds we've had lately, and there's some large, significant escarpments all along the beach. But we are working to get more dunes established, and absolutely, we're not going to disrupt any of those dunes. I know there was an incident up at Casa Mar. In their defense, they had an approved permit from the state that allowed them to do what they were doing. I don't want to answer for what happened, but I think maybe a permit was approved to move sand out on the beach, which did disrupt an existing dune. So that was something done. We're very aware of that, and they're going to be, Casa Mar is going to be put additional sand on the beach here soon as mitigation. But realize this project tilling the beach extends from the vegetation line behind the properties out to the high water line, which is where that escarpment is happening. So it won't really take care of that escarpment. Fortunately, with nature, that typically does rebuild itself because the sand does move south along our beach. We're fortunate about that. But we are aware of wanting to build up our dune system across the whole 0.6 miles of our public beach and help others for the full 3 miles of our shoreline.
Okay. So I just wanted to let you know that I did receive an email with some pictures from Lee, and unfortunately I didn't get them to Curvin early enough to have them, because the visual is very, very just stunning. And so Lee did mention in this, and I want to just make sure that it's on the record, that escarpment or cliff removal should not be encouraged near any existing dune, and that by removing the cliff, you will have damaged the basic foundation of the dune. So he attached the pictures, and 1 year later, that without leveling the dune area with natural progress and with the additional planting of seagrass and other plants, the sea oats, it has filled in the natural process. So one thing that Lee said to me, and I kind of liked it, it was cute, Mother Nature has a tendency of sort of handling things on her own, so even if we try to put a hand in it, a lot of times we're doing more damage than we are good. So all I'm asking is if we as a city have any sort of protection for this, or are working in partnership, not just for what we're doing with this at the city level for dunes, but specifically in relation to this project, can we give them can they cut a wide berth in certain areas, or encourage more planting, or maybe they could clue us in on areas that might need additional help, something along those lines.
Yes, and anytime that there is, in fact, as you know, there's quite a bit of development on the beach, and I'm working with another project, the Armani up at the 16th coast, the Waldorf, 580 Briney's, another project. So, and they're talking about how can we best mitigate on the beach. Is it just additional sand? And it's been talked, well, no, let's plant more dunes, because sand is temporary. We've had multiple beach renourishments, which are certainly essential, but that sand is gone. Again, nature takes it away and it brings it back. So if you plant dunes, you protect the beach against further storms. And yes, absolutely, we'll make an effort to get that in.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Rob, just out of curiosity, to follow up on Commissioner Fessik's comments. So the state is going to come in, but the state's not going to disrupt any dunes that are out there, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, they're going to do what they can to try and modify the situation, but not damaging the dunes.
Correct. And
sea oats, particularly the sea oats.
And this tilling of the beach is mandated with the 2 permits that were issued years ago for the beach renourishment. So all it's going to do is mix the sand up, and it's fairly well mixed already. But they're very sensitive too. They're not coming here to damage any of what's out there. They're just, that was part of the agreement to do the beach renourishment, that they left our beaches as natural as they were before they came in and did the project.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Fessik?
So just one other comment that I'd like to leave everybody with is that, again, this is a quote from Lee, and I was hoping he could be here today to speak for himself. But one thing he did say to me was also, just because it has been done before doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be done again, that this has been shown to not help, actually hurt the dunes more than help them. And so I would just like us to keep an open mind moving forward, that we could potentially try to work with the county whenever they're doing these things, to make sure they just cut the dunes, maybe a wide swath or something, so that we can, and I understand that the cliff, and then maybe we can come in and do some planting with a volunteer or as a city or whatever it may be, but that will ultimately help all of us, and coastal issues are a big thing. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessik.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement for commissioned artwork between the City of Pompano Beach and Innovative Sculpture Design LLC to fabricate and install a sculpture entitled Vivacious on the east side of Powerline Road by the south entrance to Harrah's Pompano Beach Casino, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier.
Thank you. So this is certainly a statement piece, and I think it's great to add some public art out in District 5. But when I looked at the numbers here, they're not large, but this isn't some small local business where we're putting it. We're putting a statement piece at the entryway to the Pomp and the casino and in that area. So I just think that they should be contributing to this in some way. We have to pay for the sculpture and the annual maintenance, and I was thinking that it would make sense for them to step up and make some contribution here. Did we explore that?
Good afternoon. Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. Yes, in fact, the LLC, the Cordish Group, is contributing to the building of the base and also providing the land for a period of 20 years. The cost of the improvements that they're making that are shown in the attachment to the budget is $26,500. And they will be in charge of the base going forward, and then the maintenance of the sculpture will be the department's responsibility.
Right, I just thought maybe it's $60,000 for the sculpture, and we have a couple thousand of annual maintenance costs too, and it just seemed like it would make sense that they would step up and do that. Since yes, they're contributing the land-ish, but it's their entryway. It's going to look like a statement piece for them also. So.
Yeah, and one of the challenges in finding a statement piece along power line was the reality that there was very few city-owned parcels. We looked at power line in McNabb, and there were a couple of gas stations and a bank there, because that was kind of the ideal location for a signature piece. And so actually this project was first approved in 2019. So for years we've been looking for opportunities along power line to create a signature piece. And so this development really provided that opportunity and a good partner, almost a public-private partnership, to realize this sculpture that we've been working on through the Public Art Committee for several years now.
I guess I just see the land contribution slightly differently because it is really, the benefit is going to accrue to them also as an entryway, a statement piece for them that they should, with all the development money out there, be willing to chip in a little more. But those are just my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. This is, I'm sorry, the piece that's gonna be, is the piece already designed? Like the sketch is already designed?
Yes, there is a design. It hasn't been fabricated yet.
Okay. Oh, ooh, nice. That's what I want to see, because you need to have something exotic. That's to get the attention of the people that, they will want to come and see what's going on behind the artwork. I love it. It's nice. I support this, Ty. You're doing a great job. Keep it up, the good work.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input from the public?
Thank you.
Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive, number 408. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Fournier's sentiments about the Pomp, the Cordish, putting in more money for those kinds of things, because it kind of speaks to a larger issue where something goes wrong, and maybe like the owls, for example, they had to relocate some, but some they just paid a fine, and it was so nominal and they were just able to like bury them and just pretend like that didn't happen. And so it seems to me like it makes more sense to hold them to a higher standard. David Cordish isn't going to miss a meal. Nothing bad's going to happen to him or his company if they spend a little bit more money and invest a little bit more money. I mean, they're getting, if I'm driving in there, I'm driving in there to their property, even though it's in my city. So I kind of feel like they have the money to do it. I think they should be asked to do it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Sarah Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. I first want to say shout out to Laura Atria. She does such a great job in facilitating all of the public artwork that happens in the city. I don't agree with a lot of it, but she does a great job in doing her due diligence with public art. I just want to say that a city isn't complete without the arts, and I see this city putting a lot of work and thought process into where we put public art. Far as that location, I personally don't go over there as much, but I do love the sculpture that is being presented, and I do think we should give more good jobs to the Public Arts Committee that does this work, and Laura Atria and her leadership. Ty Tabing in the Cultural Arts Department is doing a great job with making our city speak about the arts, cultural arts, in the nation. I don't know, I'm an art buff, so when I hear people around the nation talk about the artwork in the cultural arts in Pompano, we're doing something right. So I just want to speak to that, and good job, you guys.
Very good, thank you for that. Further input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Chandra King, and I'm sorry, forgive me if I'm wrong on this, but maybe A doesn't have anything to do with B, but there was a project that we had going on over at Mitchell Moore, and I know it never was completed, so we're using funds for this project when that project was never completed. It was stopped for some reason. I guess some of the citizens had some concerns. Was it Mitchell Moore out in Collier City?
Oh, Mayor, that was
McNair. McNair, I'm sorry, I called the wrong park. McNair. So I'm just saying maybe those funds, can we finish that project maybe we can complete that project first before we have funds redirected to something else?
I think you might be referring to the mural.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Tabing, are the two linked at all?
Not linked at all. The money is still designated to complete the project. The artist, Stephen Teller, is finishing a project elsewhere. We're hoping he can get on site and complete the project starting next month. So those funds are still committed to the McNair mural, and we expect to have it done sometime in March.
Okay, can we get some updates on that, Mayor? Because I haven't heard anything since it was stopped, and I didn't know what was going on with it.
Yeah, it's hope to have it done by March.
March, okay. Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't have known if I didn't come up here. So we're saying money to go to something else when we didn't finish a project that we started on already. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item number 5 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a funding agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Broward Sheriff's Office relating to participation in the 2021 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. This grant is received every year to the City of Pompano Beach, which several cities. And for the record, can you explain to the people how do we help with this grant for the homelessness and the shelters, the healthcare, detox, and housing? This grant is given to at least 16, 17 cities throughout Broward County. And I notice our grant was rewarded as the second highest. I think Fort Lauderdale received 77,000, and we're receiving 66,000. And just for the record, and some of the residents that are asking me, how does this grant work? Can you just explain to them how we help with the outreach of homelessness, the shelter, the healthcare, and so on?
Allison Furtado, Finance Director for City of Pompano Beach. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will ask if the Major can speak on the program, because we just administer the funds. But the program is actually run through BSO, who offers all the police officers in order to monitor the homelessness. I can read what the project abstract is, if that would help the community. Would that be sufficient if I read what the project?
Repeat that again.
I can read what the project abstract is that was submitted to see what the funding should be used for. Would that help the public?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the abstract of the project is that the homeless outreach team addresses quality of life issues. They enforce municipal ordinances, violations, and issues of crime within the city of Pompano Beach. In addition to enforcement activities, deputies will also provide direct outreach services to the homeless in order to reduce the prevalence and duration of homelessness in Pompano Beach. The homeless outreach team, which is called HOT, deputies are able to connect with people experiencing homelessness and provide and inform them of the services that are available. They provide a continuum of care that will allow a person to break the homeless cycle. The services that are offered include shelter, health care, detox facility, housing, and reunification to family members. That's what the project narrative is for.
So can some of this funding be used for the issue we're having on Blunt Road with the homelessness? Will these funds cover some of that?
I'm not quite sure of the area. Major, do you know the area?
But this is for the entire city of Pompano, right?
Sorry.
Maybe Major Elwood. Major Elwood, can you address some of these questions?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Major Dave Elwood. Absolutely, Commissioner. We can use that funding for our HOT team members to work extra hours to address those. And just to backtrack, they go out there every morning to the areas you talked about. They do clear those areas out. And what happens is once they leave, start trickling back over. We absolutely use it. Primary amount of this money is used for overtime for our HOT team members. They work extra hours, their days off and hours past their regular shift.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I do know that Blunt Road is in my district, so I will be giving it a little more attention now since I'm getting a few more calls regarding that area. So the BSO can kind of keep me updated on the issue with the homelessness there, along with the trucks that we talked about earlier, which has nothing to do with this.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon again. Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Air Drive. About the Blount Road area, I think we're all aware, right, that Broward Outreach is there, Broward Outreach Center. And so because of the work they do, they get a lot of people who linger on the outside who maybe couldn't be part of their intake. They didn't pass the intake there. But there are also churches in the area, well-meaning places from all the way up from Boca Raton who come and maybe they do like a worship service on Sunday. And so then they show up and, set up for worship service, but they have somebody who comes with brown bag lunches and things like that to hand them out to folks there. So I think there is a articulation problem between the city and nonprofits, because I think we all want to give somebody who needs food a meal. At the same time, we need to have a place to do it and a way to do it that's organized and that doesn't help exacerbate the problem. The other thing is, while you're discussing this grant and the city's contribution, I just want to make sure that we can see that as a line item on the budget so we know where our contribution is exactly coming from. And the other part of it is, I don't know how it works here, but in like Boca Raton, if you hire somebody on the off-duty, you know, who's not on duty, but it's like overtime, it's an extra assignment, they can sign up for that, but then they're not required to fulfill it. And so it's like we're setting aside money for things that we don't know it's actually going to be used. So if you could just kind of show us how that's organized, and if it's a recurring expense every year, then it should be an item in the budget that we can see from year to year. I just don't know where to look for it. I'm not saying it's not there, but if it is there, I would like to know where I can see it. Thank you.
Can I make a statement, correct a statement that she made?
Sure.
This is not a matching grant. Therefore, the city does not budget for this. It's all fully funded by DOJ.
Very good. Mr. Major Elwood, you care to make a comment also?
Yes, sorry.
This is not, you're referring to details. Details are an extra assignment where deputies can remove themselves from it. This is overtime, so they have to be there. If they were not to show, they'd be in violation of policy. So they're going to be there when we schedule it, I promise you.
Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
How you doing, Ms. Finance Director?
Good.
I have a question. Now, with our last meeting before the term went out, before we gone out for the holidays, we had a grant for the $75,000. That was a grant also, but that was for additional law enforcement when something is happening. Now we have an opportunity to be able to get another grant, but see, that first one was denied before the holiday. So what we trying to do to be sure that we get to take advantage of these grants. It's not gonna cost us anything. It's a grant. It keep from us being penalized as the taxpayers, because I do own property in the city and live here when I want to. I have a choice. But I would love for us to take advantage of these grants with law enforcement, because we need law enforcement more, even if they have to call additional ones to come. Because as you know, it's scarce right now with law enforcement, with the tugging and pulling for the Broward County. So for us to have a grant and for us not to be charged for it, yes. The homeowners who own a home, yes, we would love for them to get a grant to keep us from paying, you know, coming out of our tax dollars.
Very good.
So I'm one vote, but I vote for the grant. I hope we get it this time around, because we didn't get it before Christmas.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker, any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission got Vice Mayor Fournier.
Thank you. So there is a difference between this grant and the grant that we discussed prior to and are going to reconsider, but the one that was discussed prior to the holidays. This grant doesn't require a match from the city. It costs us nothing. The other grant, it became clear that there was a match from the city that was out of the general fund, and since then we've gotten clarification about all these grants and where all the funding is coming from. So I appreciate that, and obviously this one we get year after year and requires no match, so it obviously makes sense. Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick?
I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Major Elwood, because I had questions about all these grants and how they worked, obviously, and he was able to talk to me and explain to me that this one, again, had no financial obligation to the city, whereas the other one did. And so I appreciate the fact that you took the time and really helped me to understand this. So I just wanted to say thank you in a public forum, and I appreciate all the work that you guys do all the time. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fesick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Department of Justice, accepting a National Community Court Initiative grant in an amount of $716,876 from the Department of Justice to enhance the city's community court program, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Commissioner Fessick. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I just wanted to say congrats to everyone who had a role in this one. Our community court is a phenomenal resource. We sit here and have people come to the podium during audience to be heard and tell their stories and what it meant to them and how it got them off the streets and gave them another chance. So community court is changing people's lives, and I wanted to say thank you to Cassandra and her team, or lack of a team, on this one. So this is a one-time grant that we first are being awarded this year of over $700,000 that will pay for our community court this year. So this is a big deal because right now we are paying for the salaries for that court. So this hopefully allows you to do even more. Maybe it will allow Cassandra to get some help to free her up for higher value add work that she does out on the streets and maybe less administrative work. But this is a big deal, and I really hope that we can make this a recurring grant. I know it's a 1 year, but congrats to everyone who made this happen. So, and thank you for all you do, Cassandra.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Fessick?
So I, again, because I was able to sit with Major Elwood, and I have seen the people come through here, again, success stories, I just wanted to say that you are invaluable to this city, and your team is invaluable to the city. And we hear all the time we get emails and concerns and questions about this, and you're providing a real solution, and clearly this grant shows that you are being recognized on a federal level for the hard work and the amazing work that you and your team have done. So keep up, and I just wanted to, hopefully we can figure out a way to clone you or something. but thank you so much for everything you and your team does, because I know that it truly comes from a place of loving thy neighbor. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input?
Mayor.
Is there any input from the public at this time? Seeing none, public input closed.
I also asked you to pull this item, just for clarification.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't. My mistake.
That's all right. If
I'm
you give me a
sorry.
moment.
I apologize, Commissioner.
I too want to thank you for all you do, Cassandra. A difficult job in difficult times. And I just want to thank staff and give everyone in the grant writing team and the management, a big shout out for looking. These grants are not always easy to get, and there's a lot of competition. So I think you should all give yourself a big pat on the back. Good job. Well done. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. This community court is a plus for the city. I'm just happy to have it in District 4, so we're helping a lot of people with, mental health issues and housing assistance, and we really appreciate everything you're doing, Cassandra. Just keep up the good work. I know it's overwhelming, but keep up the good work, and this grant should be very helpful for you.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, because Ms. Red, I mean, you know my feelings. Great job, without question. But I do have to recognize, of course, our esteemed counselor at the end of the table here for his help in getting community court set up. Mr. Berman, thank you for your help in instituting community court, and it has done great work. And Ms. Red, you're a rock star.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 11 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing Jason Frey to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach as appointee of Vice Mayor Allison Fournier for a term to be concurrent with the term of the appointing official, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes, so it's become clear that with some of the changes that we made to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board over the last couple of years that we may need to do something different with transitioning our current Parks and Rec Board as we place new nominees on the board. So can we pass this, or should we be pulling this until everyone puts their nominees on the board? I guess that's a question for Carvin.
Well, it would be best to actually hold, to postpone the decision to appoint until we have all at once. That could be one option of how we can proceed with appointing members to the Parks and Recreation. But I'm certainly open to other options.
Okay, So I mean, I'm happy to postpone this until everyone gets their nominations in, and then we transition to the new board if that is the best way to do it, so.
Yes.
Vice, I put some thought into this also, because it's kind of cumbersome. It's like we left a step out.
Yes,
We made the changes. But if we try and wait, I mean, you've got somebody who's ready to perform now, and if we try and wait, we've all got our own schedules when we'll be doing this. Should we try and figure out a different way to transition the board?
Perhaps, because when I had this conversation yesterday when I was going through the agenda, and I said, so what happens? Does somebody come off? Because all the other appointees are commission at large right now, so there's no logical way to roll one person off that was a prior nominee. So I don't know if the board just expands until it's full with the new nominees. It's obviously there's a lot of demand for this board, so just pulling the rug out from underneath the people who were on the board is also a little unfair.
Well, and I understand.
I opposed this change, so when it was made. So, but I got my nominee in, and he's ready to go. So,
it's because, yeah, I mean, making a change. I mean, whether we all come in with our names at the same time or not, because some of those names will probably stay on the board or be reappointed to the board as time goes by, as the commissioners make their selections. But in the meantime, it seems unfair to you or any other commissioner who comes forward with an appointment to hold off on those appointments. One way that I thought potentially we could do it, and I don't know, I'd have to check with Mr. Berman to see if it's legal or if we have to do it by ordinance or what, because doing it by ordinance, it gets real complicated. But I mean, could we just basically draw the current members of that board, draw their names out of a hat to figure out the order of replacement, and as the replacement names come in, that's who comes off?
Well, Mayor, again, this is found in the Code of Ordinances, the members and how the members are selected. And at the time when the changes were made, it was to add an at-large member and 2 alternate members versus 1. So the commission will still need to do that and pick that, and they do that as a whole. There was also the request that each individual commissioner gets to appoint somebody. And because the current membership was not appointments of every commissioner didn't have that opportunity, the issue became, how do we start a new process and end the old one? And we determined at the time the best way to do it would be to extend the people who are going to expire in 2024 and shorten a little bit the people who are going to expire in 2025, with the goal some of those people again might be reappointed. Technically, according to the ordinance, their terms expired upon the municipal election and the swearing in of the commissioners. So technically, their terms have expired. We can agree. We're not going to. We'd have to amend the ordinance really to change the process. We can agree, however, if there's a more, I don't want to say humane or reasonable way to deal with this, to effectuate that on the record. But we have to really follow the scope of the ordinance. Technically, those members no longer serve, and we need to appoint.
Well, but technically, go ahead.
Technically, we have no board right now, right? There's a Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting tomorrow, and there technically should be 1 member there, whoever I put on the board today.
Yes, but who do you remove?
Well, all of them are gone. You've said that all of their terms already expired.
Okay, but there's no meeting, there's no quorum, so you can't have a meeting.
Right, so we effectively don't have a board right now until people make their nomination.
So for the month or so that it takes for everyone to do their appointment, we will not have a board.
So is the board meeting tomorrow?
Probably should not meet tomorrow if their terms have expired.
I thought they continued serving until replaced.
Well, it does say continue serving to replace, but if you're going to put the
so
new member on, that is found in subsection C. In subsection D, we created a procedure for just this point in time, which...
So in other words, the subsection earlier doesn't apply?
I would say it doesn't. This is specialized and meant for this specific time, yes.
So they are all off the board at this point in time, in which case we have no problem appointing somebody new.
Correct.
Okay, then I guess we send them all letters saying thank you for your service and don't hold any meetings until we get a quorum.
Okay.
I mean, if that's new legal interpretation I'm hearing, but okay.
I mean, the only way to read the 2 sections and have them make sense, and this was obviously the transition procedure that was put in place, which specifically said this term's end. So the normal language that would take place and affect all of these members normally, that they remain until they're replaced, is not in play here.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like we have no Parks and Rec Board right now, except for until people nominate their members. So I'm going to encourage everyone to nominate, because this is an important board, and
In which case you can go forward.
so we'll move forward.
Okay. I've got Commissioner Fessick. Wait. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commissioner Fessick.
Yeah, I actually have, I have to get mine to Corbin, but maybe we can just agree if there's two, I'll have her in before the next meeting so that we can get this moving forward. Would that be, I guess, collectively something we could do?
Well, I mean, currently we don't have a board.
Do we need time, or is there?
Yeah, I assume let's all.
Just trying to encourage, yeah.
Yeah, encourage everybody to get their nominees in, because currently we don't have a board, Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I mean, we got one, we'll have one member, hopefully. Vice Mayor?
And certainly for any alternates that are commission at large, we need to have that on the next agenda. We probably should have had that already on an agenda to get those alternates on the board, if those are done commission at large.
I think there are 3 that don't expire until 2026, is that correct?
Yes, but as Mark was pointing out,
They're all gone.
They will be all gone. So we'll bring that forward at a future meeting.
Okay, so soon, hopefully at our next meeting, we can also get those alternate
filled.
members put on the board.
Sure. So, as you said earlier, there is a scheduled meeting. We will work with staff to officially cancel that meeting until appointments are made to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, let's make some phone calls and let those members know that they are no longer members. Nothing personal, but
For now.
yeah, for now, absolutely. So, Vice Mayor?
That's it. Thank you.
That's it, okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 19 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement for roofing inspection, maintenance, and repair services between the City of Pompano Beach and Advanced Roofing, Inc., providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Yep, here we go. Mr. Bonavicera. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, George Porventura, Facilities Director and Operations. There are no changes to these agendas.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 20 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Miller Electric Company, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Zamoski.
Mayor, Commissioners, Gene Samoski, IT Director. There's no changes from the first reading, but I could read the whole thing if you want.
It's
To me? Okay, I'll read the whole thing. The city uses a Genetec video security system, which includes video security cameras and ALPR automatic license plate recognition cameras. ESO operates and monitors this ALPR video security system. Genetec utilizes a network of certified and trade partners around the world to provide sales and local services to end-user customers, and Miller Electric is the certified and approved AutoView partner assigned to the Southeast U.S. territory. Miller Electric provides preventative maintenance services for Genetec's AutoView license plate recognition systems that are unique and proprietary solution where the contractor is a certified reseller within the local offices of the state of Florida. Therefore, the city has determined that this contractor is a sole source vendor. This 3-year agreement will provide labor service for a Genetec system at a cost of $70,000 per year. It's budgeted out of the IT department. This agreement will also provide for the installation of new video security projects. Materials necessary for repairs, maintenance, and new installations should be charged at a 15% markup on cost. Funds expended on materials for the purposes of this agreement must be approved by the City Commission each year this agreement is in effect. This new agreement with Miller Electric has the same terms and condition and pricing as the previous 3 years agreement. That's it.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Vice Mayor?
I just have one thing, not so much in this contract, but you just read that it's $70,000 a year for 3 years. So the fiscal impact shows is 210. And this came up in my one-on-one meeting with city management yesterday. When I look at these, actually 3 back-to-back agenda items, we kind of calculate the fiscal impact or show it different for all 3. So here we just showed 210. Prior one, we showed 150 per year, but not the full amount for the contract. And then in the next item, we're going to see the total and the breakdown. I'd like some uniformity here when we see this. So in the future, can we show the total value, the 210, the total value of the contract, and then what the annual amount is for how many years? So it's consistent. So it would say 210, 70,000 annually for 3 years. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 21 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a software services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Camino Technologies, Inc. for web-based solutions to improve the permit and licensing process, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. This is the second reading of an ordinance to authorize a contract for our Camino software. This is a multi-year contract, which is why it requires the ordinance. It's not a new service to us. Prior to this, we were doing annual contracts, but to secure a fixed rate, we needed to enter into a multi-year contract. At the first reading, it was requested that the contract be provided in the backup for the prior years. It's not apples to apples, but it is the same service for an annual service. So I do have copies of that I can provide to you. It's just not going to look very familiar because it's a different structure of contract. But still, I'll pass it down. And for reference, the last page is the page that details the price per service. Prior, it was $40,000 annually. Now it is $42,000 annually for 3 years.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? I understand we haven't gotten all the contracts yet, but any questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 22 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach for proper city officials to execute a memorandum of understanding between the City of Pompano Beach and the Broward Sheriff's Office related to the Safe Neighborhood Grant, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, good afternoon. Brian Donovan, Assistant City Manager. This is a $75,000 grant, Safe Neighborhood Grant, that the Sheriff's Office will utilize for overtime services in targeted areas of the city. There is a required match for such costs as FICA, which will amount to $30,331. That concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Just name and address for the record.
Sarah Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. I want to clarify, is this a federal grant?
A federal grant?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a federal grant. And if I'm not mistaken, Mayor Harden and Commissioner Perkins, is this the same grant that was brought to the community at that meeting we had at Pat Larkin's about maybe 2-3 years ago. Well, it was about the gun violence in Pompano, if I'm not mistaken. They were talking about that safe neighborhood. Is that where that stemmed from?
No.
No? Okay.
Call.
So I just wanted to make sure that that grant, if that grant has come from the federal government, I think that was the grant that we were talking about at that meeting, because that was the program they were pushing, the safe neighborhoods with the weed and feed idea of weeding out the bad in the community and putting some things good into the community. So, and I know that the grant, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same grant that was voted down the last commission meeting?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm in support of, you keep looking back, so I don't know if you're.
Just a correction for the record, it's not a federal grant, it's a state grant. So
It's a state grant. Okay, so that's not the same thing. So, especially with everything that's happening in the community, period, as far as the homelessness, we hear about the gun violence and everything. And I am not a proponent to give BSO more money, but they do need more resources to be put into this community. So I am definitely in support of any grant funds that we can get to make sure these resources from BSO can go directly into Pompano, and to make sure this is going to be earmarked for Pompano, so this is going to go directly to Pompano. So not to just give BSO money to go everywhere else, but specifically in Pompano. I'm in support of it.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is public hearing. Further input from the public. Just name and address for the record.
Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane. I think I'm kind of on the fence. BSO is a big agency, and I already see a lot of my neighborhood that needs more to be done. And I don't even necessarily know if it's because of the money. Again, it's the visibility, the communication with the citizens there, and the protection, that we need. But I don't know if I'm in favor of giving them more money when we have so many things in place that we could work from. And then too, I'm like Serica, if it's going to come, it needs to come into the neighborhoods where it's really needed, and not just all over Pompano. There are some areas in Pompano that have more crime than others. There are some areas that have more need. We're still gonna looking at the substation and all of that. But I just think if we're going to target a neighborhood or a situation, and we're going to give money for that, I just want it to be used for that. Our youth, our elderly, and just the protection of what we need from BSO in our communities. If the money's going to be earmarked for that, just please let's let it do what the money says it's going to be done for in BSO and in the community.
Good. Thank you for that. Next speaker.
Kendra King. It's not so much that I'm against the $30,000. I just think sometimes we're putting a Band-Aid on some real problems that we have as it relates to crime in our community. I would like to see the shot spotter more than $30,000 going to this, since we have a huge problem with the gun violence still. I know the past speakers spoke on that. To me, that's more serious, and we need that more in the community than just putting a Band-Aid on it. I know the officers need help. We just maybe need to revisit how help looks. I don't hear and perhaps they talk to you on an individual basis, but that doesn't help the community. I think the community should know, hey, this is the crime. It's gone down, it's gone up. Homicides are up or down, we don't know, but we just keep pushing money. And I don't think that's fair to the citizens that may not be in my position. I understand it, but perhaps some people outside of here may not understand how that looks, and I think we're giving money, and I like to see some accountability to come to the dais, whether it's through Chief Elwood or whomever, before we just keep throwing money at a project. I like to see the shot spotter come back. I like to see, obviously our substation should have already been up and working in our community. Those are things I like to see instead of just giving $30,000. We need more than that to help our community, to help with the crime, the unhoused, the things I've spoken of before. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
do apologize. Let me get my glasses. I know you guys were speaking about the grant, so this is a different kind of grant.
This is a Florida Department of Law Enforcement grant, $75,000 to the city of Pompano Beach. We have to match it with just over $30,000 in general funds.
Oh, okay. So these funds will help additional officers as well?
75,000, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm in support of the grant with law enforcement because I like when law enforcement, when things do happen, you know, you make the phone call and they come out, you know, they just getting faster. They come out on the scene of the calls to get the job resolved. So thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? I've got Commissioner Perkins and I've got Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor. The 30,000 that's coming from the city, what budget would that be coming from?
It will be coming from the general fund budget.
General fund?
I don't have a particular line item off the top of my head, but it'll be the general fund.
Mm-hmm. My concern is, you know, we all know that law enforcement is very important to the community. And the issues that I see that we have pertaining to BSO is basically organization, communication, and prevention. And I'm often praying and hoping that we don't have another shooting as we've had in the past. And it's similar to what Ms. King was saying, that we keep throwing money at BSO, and I think right now we're paying them, what is it, 50 or 60 million a year?
60 million.
60 million a year already. Not to say they don't need it, not to say they don't deserve it, but with BSO, I just like to see more organization, more results of what you're doing and how you're accomplishing it. We do know that there's a lot of money going into operations and reducing crime, but we don't have the end result of that. Now, I do know that you give a monthly report based on the BSO stats, and it's just really not connecting, if you would ask me, with the community. I know a while back I voted on the core team because I was told the core team was going to do a lot of community connecting, and I'm not sure if that happened. I don't even know who basically the core team is, but I just like to see more communication with BSO. I've always said that if people know who the police officers are, they're more prone to talk, they're more prone to give information, because I often hear that nobody wants to talk and tell what happened at a crime or when something, you know, take place. But if you feel comfortable with a police officer and you know them, I think that makes a big difference. Now, twice a year, I have or I should say we have a little jazz in the park called Smooth Sound Soiree. And BSO is there, but they're all sitting in the parking lot in their cars talking. And for me, it's the ideal place to just get out and walk and kind of get to know the people and you know, intermingle with the people so that they'll feel comfortable with you. So these are just things that I just like to see BSO doing, and I've been saying it for years, the same thing. And to know, Ravel, that it's just that we just need more communication with the community. So I'm not quite sure if this 30,000 is what we want to spend at this particular time, and if we don't, this is our first time receiving this grant, is it?
No, we
received it before?
Yeah, we've received it for, I think, the past 5 years.
Okay.
First 3 years, we didn't have to do any match. I think it's the last 2 years we've had to do the fringe match.
I think, yeah, what I like to see, and I'll probably support this, but what I like to see in the future is a breakdown of BSO record more so than what we're receiving monthly. Maybe a line item of the budget items for BSO. Is there any way you can get that to me? So I can see exactly where we're spending money, you know, with the you said 50 or 60 million that we're giving them every year, line item, as to what BSO is really doing with some of this money. So I think we're giving them the money, we just still don't have the organization and the communication I would like to see in the community to prevent crimes. That's just my point, and that's all I have to say. So if you can get me the BSO budget line item of every little thing we're spending, I know we have budget coming up. If you can get that to me ASAP, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes, so I wanted to clarify some things again. I voted no last time around because I didn't know enough about the budget that we were pulling this from. I didn't know where we were, I didn't know if we had the money in the budget. And so even though I loved the idea and I loved BSO's involvement, I liked the project, my concern was I think that the line item information would be very good for us to all have moving forward for any project, because that was the only holdup on this for me, was making sure that we as a city had the money. And I did request, and I did get a copy of the budget, which I did go through the very large binder and the very large supplemental notebook. And even as someone who has worked with businesses, and I'm not a financial analyst, but it was very, very difficult to match the two for just about anything. And it was just numbers, adjusted revenue, this. I think maybe we could, and I'm not trying to get away from this, but I think we could stand to do that with a lot of our things in the city, where we have a little bit more clarification and transparency in understanding where we got to those numbers or how we get to those numbers. So that's for me. But the other question I had is probably just for Mr. Berman, was the same wording the execute a memorandum of understanding? What is memorandum?
It's a contract. It's a form of
So
contract.
it's just another way to word
It's an
contract.
agreement.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Questions, concerns? I've got Vice Mayor.
Thank you. At our last meeting, it came to light that this matching funding was coming from the general fund, which I think came to us as a surprise to some of us because of the size of the BSO budget, and because that is in conversations, I've since learned that is kind of the trend, that some of these grants aren't paying the fringe benefits, and that the city is now obligated to pay that in order to get the grant. So there has, this is kind of a scenario that had changed, and this particular grant, I know in conversations with Major Elwood, covers overtime for our crime suppression team. And the crime suppression team is the group of people that go out there and do things like Operation Trigger Lock after we have a shooting, and they collect guns from the street and they make arrests, and they do really important work it's a long-term investment in the safety of our community and in reducing gun violence. But the point is here, this grant is different than the other ones we approved earlier today, because this does require matching funds that come out of the general fund, not out of the 60+ million that BSO. So I think it was worth understanding how many grants like this are out there, and I received that breakdown, and it's not a huge number, but it's important that we know that there is additional money from the general fund that is going to subsidize some of this public safety. And so this $30,000 is out of the general fund, not the BSO budget, but it enables them to get $75,000 to do the work that the investment that they did, like Operation Trigger Lock. So I will support it this time, and thank you for all the details and explanation from Major Elwood and everyone else. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 23 is a resolution.
A resolution to the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Division of Historical Resources, accepting a grant in an amount of $25,000 for the project Expanding Florida Heritage, Preserving the Legacy of Cultural Changemakers, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Tabing.
Good afternoon, Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. This item was heard at the last commission meeting. Since that meeting, I've provided a project overview, which I want to make sure everybody has received as one of the backup documents. I want to read a little bit from that as an overview. And also I have with me today Adrienne Clark. She's the program manager for community-based programs in our department. She's part of our leadership team. And since the Blanche Ely House Museum has come online in 2019, she's really been instrumental in curating, creating programs that have really brought people into the place, including our living room concert series and story time that attracts children on the weekends. So a little bit of an overview is this grant aims to preserve and showcase the contributions of influential historical figures such as Blanche Ely and Florence Ally through digitization, the development of educational material, and permanent interpretive signage. This project seeks to enhance public access to Pompano Beach's rich cultural history while addressing key operational challenges. That concludes my presentation today.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. And I just wanted to thank you. Something you said in there about digitizing that work. I belong to a community of Italian Americans. We work really hard to get some of those things that kind of live out and about, and they're hard to collect, and they're hard for scholars to attach to their work, to dig up. And it's kind of the grunt work of this kind of cultural preservation, historical preservation. And a lot of times people want to use grant money to do these bigger projects that are fancier and look better. Thank you for using this to do the work that preserves it for generations and makes it accessible. I really appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Ty, for detailing it a little bit more than the last meeting. When you say change makers, we're talking about Ms. Blanche Ely, Ms. Ally. Are those the only two? Are we going to go outside that? Because we do have a lot of other change makers in the area as well. Are we just tied to just those two for this particular grant?
Correct. For this particular...
I'm sorry, just identify yourself. Identify yourself.
Oh, Adrienne Clark.
Okay.
And so for this particular grant application, it focuses on Blanche Ely and Florence Ally, of course, because of the venues that we manage.
Okay.
So the hope is that we would be able to eventually apply for additional funds to expand the cataloging and sharing of history about other local change makers as well.
Okay. Because we could do a lot more now at the Blanche Ely Museum because of the parking lot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We finally got there. But yeah, I definitely support this. And Adrienne, you do a wonderful job with that Blanche Ely Museum. Keep up the good work.
Thank
you so much.
Very good. For the commission discussion, Commissioner Fessick.
I just wanted to ask another, and perhaps just because this is the forum for it, have you had a conversation with, there's the gentleman that runs the Rabbit Hole Eatery, the vegan restaurant on Atlantic?
We've spoken not in any formal setting or anything, but just in passing.
Okay, the only reason I bring this up is because with change makers, he and his, I believe it was his brother, they have done this, they have a huge history and a huge passion for this, and so maybe moving forward outside of this, maybe reopen that conversation again, because they had some playing cards that they were trying to get programs into schools and things like that, and it was really very creative. So moving this in a continuing to follow up with Commissioner Perkins, expanding upon this. They did it Broward County. version, and it was actually really cool to see all the things that they had. So thank you again for all the work you do.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, and since you brought that up, will you make sure that you work very closely with the Rock Road Restoration Historical Group? I think that's their name.
Right, they're Rock Road Historical Group.
Yes.
They are one of our partners.
Wonderful, great. That's great. That'll work. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 25 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending the table of contents, by amending Section 155-4201, general, by amending Section 155-4208, institutional government uses, by amending Section 155-4215, commercial boat and marine sales and service uses, by amending Section 155-4219, commercial motor vehicle sales and service uses, by amending Section 155.4222, commercial retail sales and service uses, retail sales, by amending Section 155.4226, industrial service uses, by amending Section 155.4227, industrial manufacturing and production uses, by amending Section 155.4228, industrial warehousing and freight movement uses, by amending Section 155.4303, standards for specific accessory uses and structures, by amending Article 9, definitions and interpretations, Part 5, terms and uses defined, by amending Appendix A, consolidated use table, to clarify and distinguish outdoor activities performed during business hours and outdoor storage, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon again, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon. Okay, so this is a text amendment that staff has been working on for a long time. It's largely a cleanup effort with this. We're not really looking to change the functionality of our code or the impacts on our applicants. The zoning code can be a pretty wordy document, but staff is pretty familiar with it, and we believe that these changes are clarifying the way that we have intended and practice our code. There's a lot of changes, so that's why the title is so long. In fact, there were more changes proposed within Article 4, but for a different purpose, and that's why there is another item immediately following this, also affecting the same section. So the purpose here is really to make a distinction between outdoor activity and storage versus the outdoor activity that you would just expect to occur with various business activities, particularly boat uses, marine uses, auto-oriented uses, and the like. So we're trying to really distinguish between those. The main reason for this is that our code has a very bold statement that no activity should occur outdoors. That sometimes feels a little silly to tell applicants when we know that their business will include an outdoor component. We also have very clear standards for outdoor storage and some uses where outdoor activity is implicit within the definitions. So we've gone through all of these uses where we would expect outdoor activity, and we've differentiated between saying that this type of outdoor activity is permitted, where this type of outdoor storage is provided. It may follow this set of standards or this set of standards, depending on if it's marine activity or auto-oriented activity, etc. So for an example, within the government maintenance, storage, and distribution facilities section, we added a statement that outdoor storage may be permitted, provided that it follows the specific standards that are defined in Article 4 for outdoor storage associated with the use of that type. And we've also added a statement in the general standards where it says that no outdoor activity can occur to say unless explicitly stated as permitted by the use-specific standards. So within the boat and marine and motor vehicle activities uses, there's several of those uses that fall within this change. The uses that are affected by it, where we've added this clarifying language, is boat dry storage, boat marine parts installation, boat sales rental, marina, a car wash, and taxi limousine service facility, all of which may have some outdoor storage associated with it if they have goods or if they have something for sale or something like this, but primarily they have inventory or fleet or items for sale, not their required parking, but motor vehicles or boats that are for sale. And so we have clear standards to say how are the perimeters of these uses treated versus something that would otherwise be bulk inventory or storage of materials, where we would really want to shield that from the public with something like outdoor storage. Industrial service uses is another one where there are some uses and activities where outdoor activity is implied by the use. Fuel bottle gas distribution facility, it is not safe to store these materials indoors. So of course we would not tell an applicant, no, you're gonna have to build a building over that, and the fire department is then gonna have a big issue with this. So now we're just making it clear in our code and to all of our reviewers that this is not going to be a requirement of this use. A heavy equipment establishment, again, it's not practical for some of this equipment, giant cranes and the like, to be inside a building. So we're just adding clarifying language. Manufacturing and production uses, boat manufacturing, the manufacturing process itself must occur within a building, but their inventory, the finished product, the goods that may be transferred to a for sale property where they're selling the boats, that inventory can be stored outdoors, subject to the standards of outdoor storage of those materials within the boat marine service category. Heavy manufacturing, again, this is one where there's frequent outdoor activity. This is only permitted in I-1X. So if there's an industrial process where that process must occur outdoors, it automatically defaults to the heavy industrial or heavy manufacturing category where outdoor use is permitted, but it's limited to the I-1X zoning district. And within warehousing and freight category, we have the outdoor storage as a principal use category, where we've added language to clarify that fleet vehicles associated with the business is not outdoor storage. Those vehicles are used nearly on a daily basis, and they are required to be parked within parking spaces. So we treat them the same as we would required parking for any other use category. And truck and freight terminal, we clarified that automobiles, the trucks, the buses, et cetera, and cargo may be stored outdoors, but subject to the screening standards of automobile sales and service storage use categories. With that concludes my summary. I did want to state that this is with the recommendation of approval from our department. This is a staff-initiated text amendment. It did receive unanimous recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board, from the EDC, and the CRA. This concludes staff remarks. I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate all the work. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
As a resident, Jocelyn Jackson, I would like to say, as an advocate for the city of Pompano Beach, and actually own home, also have properties, I would like to say to the staff that you guys do an amazing job. It is a lot. It's a lot. A lot of people don't know what you endure, but I see you working. You work very hard, and you try and get things taken care of for the residents. And I want to say that I am so happy that you guys always take the extra mile, therefore, so we'll understand the process. And I appreciate you guys. You did a great job.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any further input from the public, especially like that? Public input closed. Commission discussion. Question, Commissioner Fessick.
Max, I know that I called you related to, or you called me, we communicated related these two agenda items because I asked for clarification. You gave me fantastic clarification over the phone in a lot of this, but this little description, I think if you do this for all of your zoning things, I think you'll help people understand whatever it is you're trying to convey, because this was so very clear and concise, and it was really amazing for the general public to fully understand exactly what you were asking for in the very legalese code over here and very specific. So thank you, because I know that was something we had said in previous meetings and has been communicated. I just want to thank you for actually applying it. I do have one question about, and this is only because there's been a complaint from a couple residents. There's a particular business on Federal Highway that is a rental car service, and they exceed the level of their outdoor storage for their fleet, so much so that they end up blocking the road that is also used for school pickups, drop-offs, taking up, sort of side of the road parking for this. Is there something in this that would make sure that that doesn't happen for any other business as well? It would stay within their...
I believe I know which property you're referring to. That property is in violation of our code as it exists today. And I do just want to say that most of what's proposed here is not going to have a change on the way we apply our code. It's really just clarifying for staff, and then some people read the code, but really it's mostly staff. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That actually makes me feel a lot better too, to make sure I can communicate that forward as well. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I also spoke with Max and appreciate the explanation, and I think Commissioner Fezzik actually has a good point. A lot of times the backup is the details and the red line of the code, but the way to understand it comes from the presentation that you give at the meeting, but that's not in the backup. Is there a way to have that in the backup?
So all of my items usually go to the Planning and Zoning Board first. If you are reviewing one of my items and maybe there's not additional information in the backup that is clarifying, I would encourage you to watch the recording from the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, because it's nearly an identical presentation, sometimes a little more technical just because of the specialty of the board, but that's what I would suggest. If I have a presentation prepared at the time that the backup is routed, I'll attach it as well.
Okay, so it is off. I've often watched the P&Z meetings, and I see this, so I know it exists. The presentations are there, and it's generally things with Ms. Dolan or yours items that have a lot of details in them, where the presentation is quite useful. So if there's any way to have that in advance, that would maybe help reduce our questions to you also.
Sure.
Okay.
I can certainly provide the Planning and Zoning Board version of the presentation as a default. If I have one that's tailored for the commission, I'll include this.
Understood. And this, per our conversation yesterday, this doesn't impact existing businesses. This is just to clarify going forward to help your staff basically know how to apply the code.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none? Commissioner Seegerson?
Yeah, I just want to say great job. Thank you to everybody involved. Good job. Thanks.
Here. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Harton.
Yes. Item number 26 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending the table of contents, by amending Section 155.4219, commercial motor vehicle sales and service uses, by amending Article 9, definitions and interpretation, by amending Appendix A, consolidated use table, to create and define automotive vinyl and tinting facility as a new principal use, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Max Weems, Principal Planner Development Services. This is also a text amendment to, introduce a new use. The use is referred to as automobile tinting and wrapping. This is a use that is currently permitted within our code. However, it falls within a different use category, automotive repair and maintenance facility. This was an issue that was raised at a former commission meeting, and while we were working in Article 4, we saw it as an opportunity to address that request as well. However, like I said, I think the title on the prior item was too long, so now we have this as a second item. But our purpose here is to establish this new use, automotive use, vinyl wrapping and tinting, and distinguish this use from the automotive repair and maintenance facility, which requires a special exception approval, and we want to permit this use by right within the B3 zoning district. So let's start with the use that exists today, the automotive repair and maintenance facility. It's a rather lengthy definition, but the gist of it is that it's like a Jiffy Lube or a general motor vehicle repair facility. We have a separate category for auto body and a separate category for a tire shop. These are also uses that require the special exception within B3. However, the vehicle tinting and wrapping was one that was that may be less impactful on the adjacent properties and something that doesn't require a special exception or additional consideration in the review of that use at the time of a zoning use certificate application. So the proposal is to remove the reference to tinting within the automotive repair and maintenance facility and to create this new definition for an automotive vinyl wrapping and tinting facility, which is just that, automotive wrapping, which is the vinyl coating instead of paint, or advertising on the sides of the vehicles, as well as tinting of the vehicles. This will follow the same design standards where they will have to have glass across the front of the uses and any roll-up doors to the side or the rear of the property. That's really the whole thing with the use, is that we're permitting it in B3 rather than requiring it as special exception. In my discussions leading up to this meeting, there were questions about what are the other automotive uses that are permitted by right within B3 and what are those that require special exception, probably for the basis of comparison and intensity. The uses that are permitted by right within B3 would be parts sales without installation, a gas station, new auto sales and light truck sales with an accessory service center, automobile and light truck rental, a parking deck or garage or lot, and used luxury automobile sales with indoor-outdoor display. Those that require special exception are part sales with installation, repair and maintenance facility, the subject use, a battery exchange station, car wash or auto detailing facility, muffler, transmission sales and installation, truck sales and mounting, heavy truck or recreational vehicle or trailer rental, and limited auto dealership for fleet automobile sales. Another point that came up is if this use requires special exception, what has the action at the ZBA been like related to this use? And so I looked back at all of our applications since this iteration of our code, which was in 2012, and there was one application in 2012 which was approved, one application in 2018 that was approved, again in 21 that was approved. The application that was denied was in 2022, and the statement on the order was for lack of substantial competent evidence. Reading the minutes for that meeting, it was clear that that application had applied for a variance for the things like the roll-up doors facing the street, the setback of the building, and a couple other issues with the building itself to enable the use at that location. That variance was denied, so then the special exception was then denied because it could not be permitted at that location. And then in 2023, an application was approved. Again, this is recommended by staff. It was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, the EDC, and the CRA, and this concludes staff remarks. I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. Very thorough. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Got Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I do have some concerns about this one. I don't love the idea of opening up, like corridors of certain types of businesses that are lower barrier to entry. So I look at Cypress Road and it's just full of vape and smoke shops. And right now we have slightly more control over where these businesses go through the special exception process. So while obviously a business owner has to invest and open it, it is not that hard to open a tint shop compared to some of the other automotive uses. So for me, when I look at the two different categories that you have, it's kind of, it could fall in either of them. Can you put that slide back up, actually? The one with the uses that require a special exception and the ones that don't. So for me, automotive parts with install, tint kind of sounds, it could fall easily in that category for me. If there's not a lot of activity at ZBA on this one, then I guess I would prefer to keep it as a special exception where we have some control over whether the application actually makes sense and control over whether we end up getting these corridors of this one type of density of business and then we can't do anything about it because it's by right. So I appreciate the work you've done on this, but I worry about these popping up everywhere and us ending up with some street in the city that's tint row, And I'd rather just keep it as a special exception. So thank you, Max.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick?
So I know when we spoke, we were talking about adding the name to this because yes, this business does exist. I have a girlfriend who does not just car wrapping, but she does vinyl for businesses. So she'll wrap everything from trolleys to, a cup, so and there is a small space requirement as long as there's a place to work, and there is a small footprint, I guess, sometimes. So I would actually, the only thing is I don't think I fully understood that we were going to just go ahead and let it exist. I think with the ease of opening up these, I would have to agree with Vice Mayor Fournier. I have seen in multiple cities, how many massage parlors do we have in Pompano Beach, right? Like it's a joke actually amongst many people, like that you can see the word massage lit up along the street. Same with vape shops now, same with, so I'm concerned that this might be the same thing because there is that ease of setup. Vinyl is fairly inexpensive, even if you buy the higher end stuff and you're paying somebody hourly to install it. So is there any way to add this? Because I think that it could fall under, it's a very specific type of thing. So if you're doing automobile tinting and automobile wrapping, it's different than signs and graphics, obviously. So there could be potentially a different naming convention, but I would still have to agree that I would rather see some sort of control over that.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eden?
So if you're looking, the way I see this is in our quarters, especially South Dixie, a lot of the bays are B3s, some are B4s, and you cannot do vehicle repair in a B3. It has to be in a B4 if you go or you go for a special exception. Now, we have areas within the city that are essentially industrial areas where you've got to have the guy that's going to repair the car, change the tires, and this this installation or this application on automobiles has nothing to do with parts, installation, noise, toxicity. It's soap and water. And it's not sales. It has nothing to do with the operation of a vehicle. It's nothing to do with the maintenance or the performance. And I think, in a lot of the codes that are coming towards us to change are because we've had commissions that have used their own power of the commission, some more parochial than others, to eliminate or limit what they perceive as undesired businesses. You can barely find B4s within the city because they've been X'd out as a way of, now I don't put window tinting or car wrapping in the same category as auto repair. We have vape shops popping up all over the places. Is this any better or worse? It's done indoors. Doesn't make any noise. There's no toxicity. And I think, again, moving forward to update our codes to what is today's markets in car wrapping, mostly in our window tinting. So I think that's what we should do moving forward. I don't see anything relating to auto tire sales, mounting tires. Do you ever hear one of those impact wrenches? Now that would take a special exception. So we have a lot of businesses and places in our corridor too that need to be filled and enlivened because they're going to slim and blight. And that's it. So I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just confused about the the transaction. So if someone wants to tint or put a vinyl on their vehicle, they have to have a permit or some kind of something from the city?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So this is for anybody who wants to open a business that tints windows or puts vinyl on vehicles.
Oh, okay.
It's already a permitted, the business is allowed in the city. The locations in which it's allowed is what's controlled.
So how many businesses do we have like this in the city?
Well, not many. You can see from the approvals that in a B3 zoning district, since 2012, we've had 5.
Since what year?
2012.
So 12 years.
Okay. So I just can't see the need for wanting to do this unless the businesses are really, flooding in and coming in on a quick, but I don't see other than a special exception. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
I think that going forward, we're going to need to pull things out that are more specialty. And one issue that Max and I have discussed this week is a business wants to move into District 5 and they're a brewing company and they have a silo. And because of that, they would have to be listed as manufacturing and the silo would have to be inside a building that would have to go for the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have to look at this as cities to have some specialty businesses and to look at having brewing and distilling as a separate item for our businesses, because that's kind of a cool thing to have in the city of Pompano Beach. So I rely on you guys to decide what's the best way to do to break our zoning codes out, and you've got to put a lot of effort into it. So I'm going to support this because I think we need to continue to forward think to break out our types of businesses instead of just bulking them into this one category.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
I agree with Commissioner Smith that we do need to look at some subcategories, and that gives us the opportunity to encourage or promote certain types of businesses. So, like I said, vape shops and smoke shops, things like that might need to be a separate category also to see where those should be. But in this case, I'm fine breaking it out. I just think that if you're talking about soap and water, I mean, the auto detailing requires a special exception, or washing a car does. I mean, I know those are higher traffic uses probably, but this strikes me more as that. And given that there's not a lot of demand for it, I'd like to keep it as something that we have a process for. So I think it makes more sense keeping it as a special exception instead of taking it out. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Yeah, I don't really see any problem with it, to be honest with you. So in 12 years, we've had five people open that type of business, and
No, we've had 5 applications for special exception. So there are businesses that are not within a B3 zoning district.
in B4.
Right, in B4 or I1. But in terms of those that are located in B3, these are the only ones since 2012 that have been approved. It could be said that the process of special exception has deterred those applications. So perhaps there is more demand than exists and the barriers to entry have reduced the number of applications, but it really depends on your sentiments about that type of business, how you feel if that's a good or a bad thing.
Right. Supposing we pass this and 6 months down the road, we've got 20 applications for B3 and they're all on one street.
Yeah, so we're not strangers to moratoriums or emergency whatevers or changing our code like this. So if it were to become an issue, it could be like, oops, we missed all these, now it feels too late because there's, I think you said 10 row. Or perhaps we realize we've had too many applications distributed and we want to reduce that, so we go back to special exception. There's, I'll do as directed. I have no problem processing a text amendment.
Because, would there be any problem having a distance separation requirement?
I don't. Those are so annoying.
I know they are, but still.
There would not be a problem. I'm just not advising that.
Gotcha, okay. Well, that would be a possibility if the need arose.
Yes.
If we wound up with a tent row suddenly. Okay, gotcher. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fessick. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, no.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Sure, yes. So motion fails.
Motion fails, yes.
Good. Item 27 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 34 City Policy to coincide with the terms of the 2024 through 2027 General Employees Collective Bargaining Agreement by amending Section 34.108 pay plans to adjust the pay amounts for temporary position upgrades, by amending Section 34.110 merits salary increases to reflect performance pay increases, by deleting Section 34.113 longevity increases in its entirety, by amending Section 34.126 probationary period to change the period to 6 months for new hires, by amending Section 34.127 hours of work to incorporate the 10-hour workday, by amending Section 34.128 legal holidays to add newly observed holidays, by amending Section 34.129 vacation leave to adjust the applicable vacation credits for full-time employees, by amending Section 34.10 sick leave to add accumulated time for the 10-hour workday and to reflect maximum payout upon separation from the city, by amending Section 34.132 leave of absence to increase leave with pay benefits, and by amending Section 34.135 outside study courses to change the eligibility period, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Sinigo.
Afternoon. Lisa Sinego, Human Resources Director. These items are a follow-up to the General Union Collective Bargaining Agreement, and this agenda item places negotiated changes into our ordinance language. So that is what that action is here today, and that's what those list of items are. That's the end of the comments, if you have any questions.
Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Speak clearly into the microphone. Everybody say how good the mayor's doing.
Sarika Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. Is this the time that this, any conversation as far as the collective bargaining agreement, any things that the dais may want, is this the time to discuss it? Because the last time the collective bargaining agreement came up with our city workers, there was an issue as far as what the dais may have wanted. I think you were wanting the city workers to go back to a 5-day work week. So is this the time that we do this? Because I don't want to know if this is going to push on to some other time.
Well, this actually is incorporating the results of the collective bargaining agreement. This is putting those.
So this isn't the time to discuss that.
I don't look at it as that time. Of course, it's up to the commission what they want to do. I would look at if people want to make changes to the collective bargaining agreement and the rules and regulations, or the rules and regulations of how we run this city.
Right.
Number one, the collective bargaining agreement, I would encourage all of my fellow colleagues to have one-on-one discussions with the city manager about that. It's because you wouldn't necessarily want to sit up here and have discussions about the collective bargaining agreement, which gets bargained between two negotiating sides. But any other changes to the working conditions of the city, I would hope that commissioners would bring that up, either commission reports or go directly to the city manager and discuss it with him and see. And if nothing happens there, then you can bring it up here and try and, get us all to agree on things. But yeah, not really here. But anybody could talk about anything.
Okay, I'm just wanting to make sure if this is the time to do that we're not waiting till those agreements come and our city workers are again put in a sticky situation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing it up. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? I've got Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I was very surprised to see that we have a 1-year probation. Has that always been for the city?
It's always been a 12-month probation. Our non-bargaining had 6 months, so when we were reviewing that during this time frame, at the table, there was discussion to put everybody at the six month.
Right, because I've never heard of 1 year. I've always thought it was 3 months or 6 months. I'm like, 1
So
year
your
is a
fire
long
and
time.
PD have 1 year for training and assessment
Yeah.
purposes, and quite often the 6 months is enough for an assessment.
Yes, and that is enough, yes. All right, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I just want to clarify what was said there. I do not want the entire city to go to a 5-day work week, and I've never said that. I've always talked about public-facing services like code, which already works 5 days or more, the building department, the services that people need to access. And when we add additional holidays and make more 3-day weekends with a 4-day work week, it becomes difficult for people to get things done at times. And that's what my point was. It's not about making the whole city go back to a 5-day work week, and I never said that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. I'm missing Commissioner. Here we go. Further commission discussion on the item. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Hart.
Yes, item 28 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on January 15th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Harry Diamond, the incumbent, District 3. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That takes us up to additional audience to be heard. Mr. Alfred.
No further signups.
We like that. Okay. Our next scheduled meeting is January 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The regular City Commission meeting, January 28th, 6 p.m. Followed by February 11th, 2025 at 1 p.m., a regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. So got a couple of folks in the audience that are going to have a few words to say. Earl, you want to come up?
Do we need a drum roll?
Earl, yeah, drum roll. Earl has been working with the MLK committee and has a few events and dates he'd like to inform you about.
Very good.
Afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Earl Bosworth, Assistant City Manager. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because there are a lot of events happening, that you all know today what's coming up for the weekend. So for MLK, we have the Youth Summit this Thursday at the Cultural Center at 9 a.m. Our MLK Golf Tournament, which just keeps increasing in popularity and excitement. So I hope you've all signed up and can get out. Well, actually, you can't because we're full. So I think we're up to 140 players, Mayor. So it's really growing in popularity. That's Friday the 17th. MLK Movie Night and the Fish Fry at Larkin's is Friday evening at 6 p.m. The movie is The Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot. And then Monday, of course, the parade at 9 a.m. And then the celebration at the park at Mitchell Moore following. That'll go to 5:30 in the afternoon. And then weekend of January 24 and 25, Jazz Fest with a great lineup coming right at you. So I know Ty has reached out to everyone, talked about some of the logistics and how the days will work with our expanded programming. But just call us if you have any questions, and we look forward to seeing you out there.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Lots of activities.
Good, thanks, Earl. Well, when was that fish fry?
Fish Fry's Friday night.
All right. And Major Elwood has some very interesting information for you that was conducted, was it last Saturday, Major? Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just this past Friday evening, we conducted a DUI checkpoint. And as we all know, there's been several crashes in the city recently, some of which were DUI related. Although this one was scheduled for several weeks, it's a very large undertaking. We had numerous law enforcement agencies that contributed personnel as well as every BSO district throughout the county. This was at 635 East Atlantic Boulevard. As I said, there was 47 law enforcement personnel on scene. 250 vehicles were checked out of 633 that went through the checkpoint. During this operation, there were 13 physical arrests, including 3 for driving under the influence, and drugs and firearms as well. 187 citations were issued, 2 firearms were seized, and 19 vehicles were towed. This is a very successful operation to deter driving while under the influence, and we just want everyone to know there's a zero tolerance for driving under the influence in Pompano Beach, and we will continue these operations in the future.
Very good. Thank you for that. Yes, great work.
And that concludes my report, Mayor.
Way to start the year off. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. No report.
All right, no report. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
Yes, I want to bring to the Commission's attention that due to the holiday next week, on Monday, on MLK, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, that we're going to have to push back the release of the agenda from Wednesday to Thursday to allow adequate time for staff to prepare the agenda and for its release. So it won't be on Wednesday. It's expected on Thursday. If we can make it on Wednesday, okay, but expected on Thursday nonetheless. That's my report.
Okay, very good.
Oh yes, one more thing. If everyone can leave behind their their iPads, we need to do an important update.
Well, another update, okay.
Yes, please leave behind your iPads at the conclusion of the meeting.
All right, will do. So a day late a day delayed on the agenda, but also the iPads, leave them on the dais. Very good. Thank you for that. Takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fessick.
So I had the opportunity to visit the waste management. I did the waste management tour last week, and I learned some new things that I did not know. I always thought I was doing a good deed by recycling my Publix bags, and apparently that was the worst deed ever. So I found out that they jam up the machines. So if anybody out there thinks that those plastic bags are recyclable, they are not with the city. So everything that is good, though, is, of course, paper boxes, bottleneck plastics, glass, and yogurt tubs, butter tubs, all good. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that I had, for ages, thinking I was doing the good thing because Publix had that little cute recycle your bags here, to try to reuse them. Anyway, wrong answer. So 2, I've had a lot of calls recently and emails. In District 1, we have a lot of projects happening all at the same time right now. And in addition to the projects in development, we also have our A1A streetscape projects. And when all of these things are finished, they will likely be beautiful. There's some concern about maybe trying to see if we can collectively ensure that the road will be passable. There's been, and so this is a 2-part. The road will be passable. A1A is consistently backed up. I mean, getting here, I left pretty early, and on the south, heading south, it was just jammed. So, and I was having trouble getting out to leave where it was jammed. So we just have to be aware of how that development is tracking, I guess, moving forward. The other part of that is there have been a lot of early starts, and I understand that they are sometimes required to avoid said traffic, but we've had to correct some as early as 2 in the morning as an early start, and we were able to work. I was able to work with city staff, and ask the developers, hey, can we push this back to 5, which did work for a lot of them, but there's now becoming a very regular stream of these, and because we have so many projects so close together, it's really impacting residents and their quality of life. So if there's any way, again, I mean, it's hard to stop a development project, but if we could try to set parameters, or at least stick to 5 or 6 in the morning, or whatever that may be. Also, making sure that we have somebody who's a retired police officer or FHP actually directing traffic instead of the construction workers, or somebody who's licensed to do so. It might be a different direction. Because we've had some construction workers just stopping traffic whenever they need to do what they need to do, and I don't know that that's the right way to do things. So that was, those are some of the construction pains that we have in District 1. I mean, growth and everything does have some pains, but, Kervin, I'm sorry, but I was gonna say my agenda early. Thank you so much for having it early, because I do love it, and it was very helpful to me, specifically to get the information and still have it the day. So I understand that it may be hard for you to get the agenda out due to the holiday.
Just for this holiday, that's it.
Just this one, I know, but even if it's possible, maybe like early in the morning on Thursday, and we'll just run through it really fast. But no, it was very helpful to be able to have the chance to look over all the details and ask questions where questions needed to be answered. So thank you, I wanted to say that.
We're trying our very best to do that, but.
I know. And so the other thing, I had a meeting with staff, and Mr. Harrison, this is for you. I had a meeting with staff and you last week on Friday. And at the close of the meeting, we were talking something completely unrelated, but we were talking about the Sands Harbor Hotel and their employee parking. And I brought up my idea after reviewing all the documentation that everybody provided me. I brought up the idea that we needed to address this because obviously employee parking was a big deal. And so I brought up my idea, which was to have our employee parking go to a lower zone lot when it's finally open, or to start to restructure those contracts as they come available, because we're going to be losing the parking where the W is, and where the W will be, I should say, at least temporarily for the next year, maybe 2 years. I don't know how long that's going to take. So trying to move the lower level employee parking off site, or a little bit further away, and then that would free up higher rate parking for residents, for visitors, for, not just say visitors from other cities, but tourists in general, to spend the money that they're spending in those beach area restaurants. So I know parking has been frustrating for a lot of people in various districts. If we're able to free up some of that parking by still allowing parking and potentially even doing a shuttle service for those employees to get them there, then that would potentially make a lot more sense and allow us to make more money. So it seemed to go over pretty well at the table. The issue that I had, or the question I had, because I was running to my next meeting and I didn't have a chance to address it then, but I wanted to ask you. When we were sitting there, you said, that something you think it had been handled or something, and I said, well, I'm not sure what that means, and you said, well, we found a workaround. And I just said, okay. I didn't, and then we made appointments for something else, and then I left to my next meeting. But I just had a couple questions related to that. What did that mean? Just because I don't know what that means.
Mr. Berman, you want to explain what we came up with?
Oh, sorry. So you're saying, what was the workaround regarding Sands employee parking?
Microphone.
There's a section in the code that the city manager can issue permits as well, without having to go to the commission. I believe that's the way it was worked around. In the past, for some reason, it was brought before the commission. It didn't necessarily need to be done that way, but there is authorization within the code to do that, to issue multiple permits. That's how it was done, as far as I know, correct?
Right, correct.
And when was this done? Or when was this kind of thought process? How did that appear? And I'm just genuinely curious, because I'd like
I don't know the exact date. Is Jeff in the audience? This is something that you can always email me or call me about.
Well,
and I will get you an immediate answer.
Okay, that's fine.
As soon as I don't know exactly the time frame from when it was discussed until the time that it was taken care of, but I can get that information to you.
It was just the two of you involved, or and Mr. Jeff was involved as well, or who all had a hand in this, or who all was there a meeting? Was there something that was?
No, there was not a meeting.
Okay.
No.
The reason I was asking is because we voted this down, and all I asked for, the reason for my no, because I'm happy to tell everybody the reason, I just wanted a minute to absorb information and I asked for just a 2-month extension at the time. And I feel like the meeting of the minds here would, instead of just doing what we've always done, the meeting of the minds could have been something that would have been a financial benefit to the city for additional parking revenue and additional space for residents, and still taking care of the employees. And so I would just like to ask that in the future, if there are any workarounds that need to be considered when we as a commission have voted down an item, I would like to be at the table, or at least part of that conversation, because there may be things that I was not able to say at a commission meeting because it wasn't the time, place, or I didn't have the information. But I would like to be able to provide input based on what is happening in District 1, because I'm representing the people there. And so if something is happening as a workaround and I'm not able to fully explain what is happening or why it was done that way, then it sort of undermines the need to be here voting on things. And it's
Well, as the city attorney said, it probably didn't need to be brought before the commission in the first place. So it was handled, and we're doing everything that you suggested insofar as the employee parking and freeing up for the spaces for the more expensive parking.
great, and I'm happy for that. I am. I would just like to be part of that conversation moving forward, and that's my request, because otherwise it looks like things are. My dad says, and I grew up hearing, perception is reality. It's just, and so the perception, when I sat back and thought about it, is why wasn't I invited to the table? And given the rough start, let's just call it that, given the rough start, I want to make sure that I'm clear about my intentions, and I'm clear with my ability to be able to want to work together. I have some fun, crazy ideas. Some of them are terrible also. But I think ultimately, I just would really like to make sure that we maintain open conversation, and I would like to make that a consistent thing moving forward, if at all possible.
I understand.
Thank you very much. And then I have one more thing. I am having so I thank you for that. I'm having a community meeting for District 1 residents. Of course, everybody is welcome to attend, and that is on Thursday, this Thursday, 16th at 7 p.m. at the Emily Olson Civic Center, and we will be discussing safety, so public safety, traffic safety, and marine safety at the meeting, and we have some special guests. So if you would like to come, I would love to have you, and let's have some fun. Let's make this happen. Thank you. Have a great week.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I like your suggestion being new, but I've been trying that ever since I've been on the dais, and it hasn't worked for me. There's so many different things that goes on in my district that I have no idea what's going on, because the retention pond, I didn't know that was there when they put it there. The new downtown, I don't get updates on that. It's just staff make decisions and then I find out about it. So when the community asks me what is going on, I really don't know until I see it on the agenda. So I think it's a very good idea to be included. And I've been saying that for years and years and years, to be included as to what's going on in your district, especially the district that you represent. So that happens a lot in my district. But anyway, I want to start off with the senior activity center on MLK. I wanted to know, I don't know whether this falls up under CRA or whatever, but I wanted staff to look into how we can expand or extend the building because it's too small for those that are utilizing it. I do know that it sits on 5 acres, so if staff can look into that senior activity center and see if we can expand it. And I do know that we're expanding the Skolnick Center. I don't remember discussing it, but it was on the agenda and we passed it. So if staff can look into that for me, I would really appreciate it for the next meeting, or give me a call or an email or something on it. Next, I wanted to also get an update on the traffic light on MLK and 18th Avenue. I understand that Broward County has approved to put a traffic light there, and of course, we're in the process of building the apartments in Golden Acres. So we definitely want that traffic light up and running before those apartments are completed, because that's a very dangerous intersection. Next, I wanted to find out about, I wanted to mention to BSO that I needed some help with the Rick K. 77 homes. They have a ton of issues over there, starting with the playground. I know when this project started, I had no idea they were going to put the playground on 15th and 6th, which it should have been behind near Hopewell. That would have been a better location. But there are a lot of issues. I've met with the group at least 5 or 6 times, and because of these emails and complaints I'm receiving, I'll probably call another meeting. But if you can start paying more attention to what's going on in the playground, a lot of the people that live there don't feel comfortable with their kids going or playing in the playground because of the drug activity and what's going on there. So there are a lot of issues that I won't mention right now, but if you can just keep your eye on the playground, that will be very helpful for now. And I will be calling a meeting with them in maybe a month or so. Okay. The other is the shot spotter. So I do know that BSO was putting something in place to replace the shot spotter. So do we have something in place, or are we still working on something? I don't want an incident to happen, and you could just get back with me on it. But I don't want an incident to happen, and we don't have something in place where we can identify where shots are coming from, because I think that's very important for the community, and I think we really got through the holidays with no shootings or killings as far as I know. So if you can get back with me on that. So I would love everybody to join us for Monday, January 20th for MLK. As we know, officially tomorrow, January 15th, is Dr. King's birthday, and we're celebrating it on January 20th, so I look forward to seeing everybody there. Let's see. Last but not least, I wanted to acknowledge the Grissett family. Bishop Ralph Grissett Sr. passed away this morning, a prominent family, and he's a pioneer in the community. So let's keep the family in prayer. I will be going there as soon as I leave here. So I want to just send my prayers out to the Grissett family on 15th Street. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. No report.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
I am going to say the same thing that Audrey did. Thank you for the agendas a day early. It was really nice to get organized on Wednesday afternoon and have questions ready for staff on Thursday. I appreciate that. I've done a couple tours since we met last, and one of them was the BSO Crime Center. And it was just an amazing spot. Talk about high tech. Our BSO looks like they've stepped out of the movies. If you get an opportunity, please schedule a tour of the crime center. And when you do, you'll see the replacement that they're looking at for the shot spotter. Tundra, you're going to need to go over and take a look at that. Am I allowed to say what it is? Okay, but there's some cool stuff that they have over there that you want to take a look at in the crime center. And thank you for allowing me to come over and take a look and to visit with you guys. Another awesome tour, if you haven't done it, is to go to the Air Park with Steve Rocco and take a look at what we're doing over there at the Air Park. I didn't realize how much property we actually had and what we got from the FAA over the years that's now community centers and housing. Great opportunity for that. The McNabb House in Botanical Gardens master plan preview looked great, and I encourage the public to go to the public presentation on January 23rd. I believe it's at 6 o'clock at Emmylou Olson. Commissioner Fessick and I attended a meeting with the Cordish Community Charity Fund, where we found that each district gets to appoint somebody to sit in on the charity fund, and they distribute $150,000 a year to city projects. So the Quarters Group is giving something back to community. To address residents' concerns in District 5, they've been reporting that they're seeing coyotes running around their golf courses or behind their houses. We've had that in Palmyra for several years, and now Cypress Bend is getting them, but they're everywhere. So the city has helped me, thank you, Earl, helped me organize an educational presentation. I'm titling it Living with Wildlife. It'll be February 3rd at the Herb Skolnick Community Center at 7 o'clock. Anyone's welcome to attend. And our speaker, educator, will be from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, which is the head knowledge base of coyotes in our state. And I also found out, we discussed at the last meeting, why do we have a 1 o'clock meeting and a 6 o'clock meeting? I did a little research into that. And the 1 o'clock meeting was made to accommodate our older residents. And as a representative of District 5, we have a lot of older residents. So, so that's the reason that the 1 o'clock, it was what, 2 6 o'clock meetings, and they made one 1 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock. So I just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention. And that's it. It was a great week. Good meeting.
Very good. Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Fournier.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, I remember the tours also, and I called it like going to City University, and thought at the time my mom was, who lives in Coconut Creek, was actually doing something like that with the city of Coconut Creek. They offered a program for citizens. It was like 7 weeks or something, and they could learn more about their city, and it created, ambassadors and an awareness of all of the things the city is doing for people. I think it's a good idea to look into something like that here. I have my own report, but I first need to respond to something that I just heard from Commissioner Fezzik, which you are much kinder than I am, I think. We voted no to something, and I am now hearing that the permits were issued anyway without letting any of us know. Who thinks that's acceptable? Because I do not. It
was not a no vote. It was a tie vote, neutral. So that means nothing happened. Zero.
So nothing happened, and you
That's right.
issued the permits anyway without letting any of us know.
We had an opportunity to work directly with the Sands under the agreement that Mark was referring. And there was not a no vote. It was 3-3, tie. That means neutral.
Which means the item fails. That's what the mayor says. He says the item has failed. So the item failed, and without letting any of us know, the permits were issued anyway. So we had reasons for that, and you're telling me you thought it's acceptable to just issue it anyway without telling any of us.
I should have told you that is my fault.
Okay, thank you. I think we all should have been told. Okay, with respect to my report, I'm hearing a lot about Airbnb signage. So a lot of these Airbnbs are putting up permanent real estate signs to advertise the properties or to identify the properties, and some of them are lit. Can I get an update on what is actually allowed and what we can do about this? Because these for sale, they don't say for sale, but they have the entity that's promoting the properties on a sign in people's yards, and the neighbors are kind of sick of looking at them for years. So I'd like to understand what we can do about Airbnb signage. I have a community meeting next Wednesday, our monthly meeting. It's Wednesday, the 22nd at 7 p.m. at the American Legion. I think we're going to be talking about economic development, I think. So that's an interesting topic. And then I have something we need to talk about, because when we passed the procurement ordinance a year ago, I was a dissenting vote. I had serious concerns about giving additional ability to not get bids and to go up to $300,000 for construction projects and the whole process. Commissioner Moss, your predecessor, actually vehemently opposed the changes also, thinking it was going way too much, too far, too quick for our city. But I asked a lot of questions, and we ended up having 3 different meetings on that because it was postponed. And Yesterday, in our meeting with city leadership to go over the agenda, I asked a question, and it became clear to me that this ordinance that was passed a year ago has not just been used to increase construction projects, but it's been used to increase the threshold for consulting services. And I was personally shocked to learn that yesterday, given all the questions that I asked about the ordinance a year ago. So when it first came to us in December of 2023, I believe the first meeting I had on it was a sit down with Dr. Good and Mr. Harrison, and we talked about it at length. And I asked in that meeting, does this impact consulting contracts? And I think I even used RMA as an example. And I was told no. I was assured in the private meeting that this did not change the $75,000 threshold for consulting contracts, that would remain the same. This is just for tangible goods and for construction projects, for capital projects that are already in the CIP, for roofs and things that you can see. So I was assured of that in our one-on-one meeting. And then at the commission meeting, I subsequently asked a similar question. And I want to play this because there's some new people here on the dais, but I want to play what transpired at the public meeting when I asked this question about whether the changes impacted consulting contracts or not. Can you play it?
No, what exactly is this?
This is the December 12th, I believe, 2023 commission meeting when we first talked about this procurement ordinance. It ended up being postponed because we needed more information. And then in two subsequent meetings in January, it was passed with Commissioner Moss and myself as
Okay, just wanted to verify that it's December 12th meeting? Mm-hmm. Okay, video.
But this only applies to tangible supplies and products, right? We're not talking about professional services or consulting contracts here. This is tangible. That's correct. Construction items. Absolutely. Construction, yep. Absolutely. Okay. So my question is, it seems to me that one of two things has happened here. Either what we were told was inaccurate or was misleading, or we're using this ordinance in a way that it shouldn't have been. So which one is it, Mr. Berman? What is going on?
Mr. Berman, are you familiar with the contract she's referring to?
I'm familiar with the ordinance change because I had to write the ordinance based on the request to write the ordinance, and I did it. I wasn't in the one-on-ones. I didn't make any assertions to you, but I can, in review of the ordinance, it's pretty clear, section 32.39 talks about changes of purchase of supplies, materials, capital items in subsection B1 to 200,000. But in subsection 2, to answer your question specifically, it says in addition to the purchases described in subsection 1, and subsection 1 being supplies, materials, and other contractual professional services, it says in addition to those purchases described, the General Services Director or designee has authority to approve all other purchases in an amount less than, it went from 75 to 200, with the concurrence of the city manager. All other purchases was always intended to be inclusive of contractual services, the way I read it. And that's consistent with state law. If I look at 287.012, procurement of professional property, the state defines contractual services as the rendering by a contractor of its time and effort rather than the furnishing of specific commodities. The term applies only to those services rendered by individuals and firms who are independent contractors, and such services may include, but are not limited to, evaluations, consultations, maintenance, accounting, security management, consulting, educational training programs, and social services. So the interpretation that we have given this section, this subsection that was also changed, is consistent with purchases and of contractual services in state law. So, you know, this is the section that had always been used by the manager to purchase these and obtain these. And these, again, are not professional CCNA construction services. These are contractual services many for studies or other personal service contracts that he wants. It's contractual services, and it's consistent with what's in the code. It could be moved somewhere else, but I think it reads in plain language. The only difference, to my knowledge, was the amount that was changed. It's not something that was new.
Well, I understand it's the amount. So, and I asked this question specifically. I have the ordinance in front of me, and when we read through this in your office, and I said, it says all of their purchases. Oh, no, not consulting, no, this is all just for construction projects. And that was the answer at the time. And when I asked the question here publicly then, does this impact consulting or professional services? Why didn't you say anything? I mean, I feel like your obligation would have been to say, Commissioner Fournier, from Dr. Good's perspective, it's not. That's not how she was using this, and I understand that. But from our perspective, and my question was, is this impacting the $75,000 threshold? Is it going up to $200,000 for consulting services? And you didn't say anything.
I don't recall hearing that question, quite frankly. I would have changed the answer had I heard it, but I think it's pretty clear in the ordinance what it was intended for.
Yeah, and that's why I kept asking about it and asking about it and asking about it. So I just want it to be clear to my colleagues here that we do have not a $75,000 threshold, but a $200,000 threshold for consulting contracts. And that was, even though I asked it over and over and was told that that wasn't changing, that was different. That's consulting, this is tangible, this is construction. That is not the case.
My recollection is you asked Dr. Good during her presentation, which was for specifically construction project.
Her presentation was on the ordinance.
Hers didn't affect this subsection. Now,
This is the agenda item, Mr. Berman.
I understand.
So.
Can I answer that question for you? I would always stand by my answer, right or wrong. I would stand by. I did not answer. So it's not something that I said. Did I hear someone else or recognize what your intent was when you asked another staff member? No, because I could have corrected it, but had I heard it and thought it was wrong, I would have.
I mean,
but there was
this
never
is a big deal, right? This is a lot of money. This is, and do you remember me asking that question in your office, Mr. Harrison?
In my office, yes. But I think the big misunderstanding here is when you were asking Dr. Good.
This has nothing to do with that. Let's talk about your office. I just asked you that question. In your office, when we talked about this, no, we talked about this subsection here, the exact one Mark read.
Let me finish, please. When you were in dialogue with Dr. Good, the understanding was that you were in the realm of the CCNA projects. Mm-hmm. And that's where this misunderstanding developed.
Why would you assume that? That agenda item was about the entire ordinance here. The entire ordinance.
Dr. Good was presenting based on her construction projects under the CCNA rules and regulations of the state of Florida.
Because her name was under there and she was the person presenting. But if it impacted other parts of our city, then why didn't you speak up? Especially when in your office, I'd asked that exact question. And I'm pretty certain I used RMA as an example. And I said, is this going to impact consulting? For example, a contract like RMA, and the answer was no.
I don't believe that's accurate.
I do. So, which is why I then publicly asked the question.
What is our point here?
My point is that your spending authority is even broader than I think any of us realized.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, if I could just interject real quickly. I just to let you know that I didn't have the same take as you. So, I mean, I understand you're saying, trying to educate everybody. I knew what was in the ordinance.
But I asked the question over and over and read it and was told
I'm just letting you know that I didn't have any.
I'm certain you do because you've probably been signing all these contracts.
You have to sign.
Right, so
so we don't see it. So perhaps the disconnect here is you are seeing all of it and the rest of us are not seeing any of this. So I guess my point is what I need to know now is I need every contract that was signed since this ordinance went into place that's over $75,000 and under the $300,000. I want to see the contracts that have been signed. I want to see the consulting contracts, the construction contracts. I want to see everything that's been signed since this went into place. I also want a list of where we've been spending. where we've been spending anything between 75,000. We were told we get monthly reports anyway, and I think that was, from construction, but now I want everything. I want to know everything between $75,000 and $300,000 that's been approved without us knowing. And I think, I think we need to look at that data and see what's been going on here, where the money's been spent. Because if you look at other cities, their spending thresholds on things are $75,000 for Coral Springs, $30,000 in Deerfield, $25,000 in Fort Lauderdale, Margata's $50,000. We are at $200,000 for consulting services without this commission knowing. We are an outlier. And I know the state statute changed, but the state statute doesn't mean we had to adopt the maximum. It was just setting a new maximum. And the other cities have not done that, but we did, and we did in a way that I feel extremely misled. So I want to see every contract that's been signed since this went into place. I want to see the list of spending between those dollar thresholds, 75 to 300,000 in the last year. I want the name of the entity. I want the amount. I want to know where the money's been going. So that's it. That's my report. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor?
I just, on the Vice Mayor's point, I just want to point out that this commission votes on the budget. Every dollar that gets spent in this city is allocated through our budget process. So the mere fact that this construction project is approved by Mr. Harrison and myself with the oversight of the purchasing department, or this consulting agreement is approved by Mr. Harrison and signed by me under the purchasing, that's all approved within our budget. So there are no dollars. I just want to make sure the public is clear. That, sir, I'm going to ask you to please be quiet. This is my first warning, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want, sir, that's my second warning. Please, I'm going to ask you to be quiet. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to be removed. So please, thank you. I just want to make sure the public is clear. Not a dollar gets spent in this city by administration that isn't approved by this body, with the exception of an emergency. Then, of course, sir, that's it. Final warning. Please escort this gentleman out. Please escort this gentleman out.
Mayor.
That's it. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that everybody in the city is clear. Not a dollar gets spent that isn't approved by the city commission, with the exception of an emergency where Mr. Harrison does have the authority then to step in for an emergency. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner Perkins.
Again, when we do things, we like to think that we're doing the right thing, and we like to think that we're doing it fairly. And sometimes we have to do things and take away the favoritism. Now, I've sat here for many commissioner meetings, and I've watched a certain person yell out from their seat, and you said nothing. And then when it's a certain gentleman that yells out, then you have him escorted out. I mean, I'm watching, I'm looking. I know where it's coming from. I know who it is. I know everybody's voice. So you're going to have to be a little bit more open-minded rather than attack somebody that you don't know or don't like, rather than somebody you like and let them continue to say things out loud in the meeting. Okay, with that being said, that's not even what I was, okay. Anyway, when we voted for the increase, Dr. Good, when we voted for the increase from 75,000 to what, 200,000? I was under the impression that that was only for construction projects. That was my understanding. I voted for it. And talking with you, you were saying that we could possibly move projects along faster if we approved this, and that was one of the reasons I voted for it. I didn't know what Vice Mayor just brought up about the consultants. You know, now I'm confused because I would have never voted for it if I know the consultants were attached to it. I was just trying to help you move your projects along quicker because I do have several in my district. But maybe this is something we need to rethink or look at again, because I definitely don't think any of this money should be spent on consultants. But what I like to do, I would like to get a copy or printout of all the consultant fees that were spent from December 2023 to December 2024. From the 75,000 all the way up to the 200,000, whatever. I like to get a printout line item of who all the monies or funds were issued to, as far as projects and/or consultants, which I just can't believe is consultants. But anyway, that's just my, sorry to interrupt your report. But
No, that's
it.
I haven't started mine yet, that's fine.
Okay, but that's it. I just think that's something we need to reconsider, but I'll wait until I receive the printout from you and take a look at it. Because I thought for sure I was voting on construction projects only.
If I may, I'd like to
That was
respond.
probably my.
Dr. Good?
For clarification, I'd like to respond. Dr. Good, CIP Manager, Engineering Department. So just for clarification and the edification of new commission, I was the one that spearheaded the ordinance because probably my department is most challenged by procuring services. So the intent of the revision to that ordinance was to increase the spending threshold for construction-related services. Currently, at the time, it was up to 75,000. Anything over 75,000 would need to be competitively bid. So we increased the spending threshold with a tiered system that required quotes, depending on the dollar value, and then allowing the city manager and procurement director dual authority to sign those contracts. In addition to construction contracts, it included the purchase of supplies, materials, commodities, up to 200,000, I believe, yes, 200,000. And then, as Mark mentioned, that other section relative to other purchases, which includes these other outlier contracts, which I believe the majority of you are referencing. As it relates to consulting services or professional services related to construction design, those spending limits were not changed as part of that ordinance revision, and to date, we are currently operating under the same spending threshold. I took two before you all, one in July, one in June, one in July, and the first one was in the amount of 130-some thousand. I think the second was 149,000. So anything over 75,000 for consulting services or professional services as defined by state statute relative to construction design, those are still coming before commission for approval. That has not changed, although that may be a task that we undertake if we feel like we can get a majority vote, because that would, like increasing the spending threshold for construction, it would certainly increase or enhance the progression of design and getting things done in a more expeditious manner. But to date, the professional services spending threshold has not changed. We operate as we did prior to the ordinance revision. The only thing that did change, which I think I'm hearing the heartburn with, is that subsection as it relates to other purchases that includes those other kind of outlier contracts that don't fall under the CCNA guidelines or materials, capital items, or construction contracts. That has always been in place within our ordinance, and it stays in place. The only change with that ordinance came the increase in spending threshold from $75,000 to $200,000, and that adheres to or complies with state statute as well, giving the city manager and procurement director that dual authority. Other than that, just for clarification, that direct question that you asked me is accurate, correct today. That spending threshold, those limits have not changed or increased.
Well, Dr. Good,
No, go ahead, Commissioner Perkins.
so you didn't answer the question because I heard Vice Mayor say something about the consultants. Are consultants including on?
So I'm thinking we're using maybe some terms synonymously. As per the state statute, professional services or consulting services as it's defined in the state statute, it's relative to engineering, architectural service, landscape architect, survey mapping, and those individuals that are performing those services have the applicable licenses to perform those services. That is considered consulting services or professional services. Those spending thresholds have not increased. It's 75,000, hence me coming before you all on my prior contracts that I just mentioned that were over 75 grand I had to bring before you for approval. These other contracts that I'm hearing being referenced are relative to these other purchases in accordance with our Code of Ordinances, and that spending threshold was increased from 75 to 200,000, not 300, but 200,000, giving the city manager authority with concurrence of procurement director to approve those. When you ask me that that's not in my wheelhouse. I typically don't engage in those types of contracts. My wheelhouse is construction and design that's related to construction. But there's nowhere else in any of our ordinances or codes or internal policies that make reference to these other outlier contracts or purchases, if you will. And that has always been in that competitive bidding ordinance. That is the governing language that gives the city manager and procurement director approval. At the time of the ordinance, it was 75 grand, and it was increased to 200 in compliance with state statute.
Very good.
Yeah, I just, when you say consultants, I think that our city manager utilize too many consultants in this city, because I've always said that we have a staff here at the city that are very qualified and educated enough to do some of the things we are consulting out to other people to do. I think somewhere in that clause is where you put in the consultant is what confused me, because if had it been said, or had I seen it in the backup, I still wouldn't have voted for it, because you can use a consultant for almost any and everything. So that was just not very clear for me. But that's just my...
Okay, very good. I got Vice Mayor.
I appreciate your explanation, and I understand from your perspective what you were answering, but in our pre-meeting, I specifically asked about consulting services like RMA. I asked those questions in Mr. Harrison's office in your presence about whether these changes also impacted anything else, like consulting services, broad consulting services with examples, and I was told no. So I'm going to leave it at that. We're going to see what's been going on here, and I want to make a motion right now to reduce the spending threshold back to 75,000 for consulting, not construction consulting services, not some subset of construction, but for consulting services in the city right now until we get the data and know what's been happening.
Second.
Yeah.
She was fast on it.
I assume this would be appropriate to make it a motion to put it on an agenda?
To amend the ordinance to reduce the amount.
Can we make a temporary motion to reduce the spending authority while we're getting information to see what's been happening?
It's got to be advertised.
If you're asking to change an ordinance, and an ordinance should be advertised and debated and discussed, so.
Then I'm making the motion for to modify the ordinance back to what we were all told was happening at the time, which is 75,000 for consulting services.
So is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to bring back an ordinance to change our spending thresholds back to what they were previously for everything, or just
Consulting services, not
not
Tammy's definition under
Not the-
construction. I can read, so it's basically item C, 2C.
Yeah, because
It doesn't reference consulting, just for the record. It's all
Right.
other purchases.
Yeah.
So that's the section that you're referencing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Section
clear.
2?
It's section 2.
All other purchases.
I'm clear on what needs to be changed.
So Mr. Berman is clear on what needs to be changed. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to bring back an ordinance to change that section to change that section back to what it was. That's the motion. Motion made by Vice Mayor Fournier, seconded by Commissioner Fessick. Okay, let's.
I have one more question just related to this. So I mentioned earlier, if this is okay, I mentioned earlier that I had read through the budget binder and the book and the accompanying book, and it was very difficult to understand. It was just line item, just numbers that meant really nothing except they were attached to different numbers. There was one specific code that stuck out, and it just kind of dinged for me. It was 3160, because I had to go find it in different sections, and I was searching for it. So 3160 was other professional services, and if that's what we're talking about here, there was a substantial dollar amount in that column, and the number kept going up. And so I would also just like to also request that when that is sent out, that I would like to also just see what has been going on. I know I would like the copy of the contracts that have been signed over $75,000 up to $200,000 or $300,000, or whatever that may be, and approved without city commission approval. I would also like a copy of all that. And if at all possible, I would love a very clear line item. I will be happy to sit with somebody in finance and bore me with account statements. I mean, I would just love to see where some of this is going. I think most people do. I think most people are interested. So, thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Perkins, did you have something?
Yes. Excuse me. The reason that I asked for a line item from December 2023 to December 24 is because I do not know how often we can write a $75,000 check to someone. If we hired a consultant, can we come back 2 weeks later after they finish and give them another $75,000? And that was the reason I wanted to see how many times we issued, of course, $75,000, of course, in 2023, the upper part, I should say, the beginning part of it. So I just like to see all of it, $75,000 all the way up to $200,000 from December 2023 to December 2024.
Okay, for the record, and for my clarification, when you
Yes.
say consultants,
Yes.
are you referring to my design consultants for
No.
professional services, or are you?
No.
Those other purchases, which are actually considered contractual services, because you all keep saying consultant services, but that's not what the city manager has authority over $75,000 to
Right.
authorize.
Yeah,
It is
I think her
contracting
direction is to the
services.
city manager for the other services. Subsection C, is that it, Mr. Berman? Section C?
It's subsection 2,
Two.
and it is the
Subsection
competitive-
B2.
Okay,
Competitive
that
bidding.
portion, that's the expenditures you want to see.
Yes.
Not the CCNA, because yeah.
Commissioner Fessick, the ordinance that I changed is 32.55. I believe the one you just referenced, 31.60, is the CCNA ordinance, but I'll have to check that. I'm looking, I thought I had a copy of it.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Segerson Eaton down there.
So,
Yes, 3160 is the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. So that is, under my purview, that is not changed, the 3160 that you referenced. So, just for clarification.
So we're clear.
I'm going to get it straight.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
right, and I'm hearing a lot of focus on RMA, and I think RMA's contract is well over or 300, or meets the threshold. The city manager, I think, overall is
Talking about RMA.
200,000. I've only heard RMA's name about 10 times about consultants from you guys, so there's big concern like RMA. Well, excuse me, if you don't mind, you all have been talking for about 20 minutes, and I just don't understand how, I think it's been completely misconstrued, and you don't have all the facts.
Very good.
Great.
I'd like to get the
I've got Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, this is on the motion.
There's a motion on the table, and it's about something that I wasn't involved in, and I went back and got help getting there. I can't read the ordinance, so I don't want to vote on something that I can't read.
It's just to bring an ordinance back.
I think that we need to move the discussion to the next meeting where Commissioner Fessick and I can read the ordinance, because I can't read it. It's not downloadable anymore.
Okay, because I think I've got Commissioner Fessick. Ned, did you want to speak, Commissioner?
I was at the meeting, actually, the commission meetings. I was attending regularly when you came and asked for this, and so I'm familiar with it. I also was under, as a resident, I was under the assumption that it was for construction, like everybody else. I didn't know the subsection B2. I didn't think to look at. They felt like there were a lot of questions asked, and so I don't have any hesitation. And I know actually the residents in District 1 are very curious about where's our money going, because there's a lot of money going in different directions, and I can't answer those questions for them. And the budget book that I did take many hours flipping through and reading through and line item and checking it, it's also not clear. To just kind of pull it back, I understand that your type of, in the work that you do, it does require large dollar amounts. Construction, when you're dealing with city, when you're dealing with large-scale projects, you do have absolutely a need to have larger-scale contracts, and that is to be competitively bid. So we're fully, I think that the two separate columns do exist, and I think that that's where the confusion is right now. Thanks.
Very good. And I've got Vice Mayor, and then I've got Mr. Berman.
Yeah, so just in response to Commissioner Smith, it's just a motion to bring an ordinance back. So an ordinance would be on the agenda, and that would be the chance for us to talk about it and debate it. And there's 2 readings of those also, so there'd be.
Voting on an ordinance.
No, we are just voting to put an ordinance on a future agenda, and so it'll be on 2 future agendas where we can actually talk about it. So you'll have plenty of time to get up to speed and decide then whether you want the ordinance or not. This is just to bring it back on a future agenda. That's what the motion is. Just wanted to clarify that. So, thank you.
Mr. Berman?
I believe Commissioner.
I've got Mr. Berman, then I'll have Commissioner Smith.
Okay, thank you. You can direct, if you wish, the city manager to stay for a specific time period, any execution of any additional service or consulting contracts if you need to, until this matter is, everyone has time to look at it specifically, so they're comfortable determining whether the ordinance needs to be changed or not. So that is a possibility as well. You can ask him to stay that action, but it should be for a very specific, limited time period. But the ordinance to change the limits obviously needs to be changed, which was my point. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Seeger-Steen.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest too, since everybody seems to want to see all the contracts that have happened this last year, let's take a look at them and see if there's anything afoul. I mean, we hire a city manager to do the work of the city to keep it running. I don't know that I want to get into second-guessing his decisions on hiring whoever he has to hire, but I'm willing to take a look at it, and I think we should take a look at it and see if there's anything that is suspect. I mean, if there's nothing that is suspect, why would we go through the rigmarole of changing the ordinance? So I suggest we do that, and then have a chance to digest all the information, take a look at it, formulate an opinion, and then have a discussion on it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Got Commissioner Fessick. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Commissioner Seeger-Steen, were you done?
Yeah, just quickly. And I just don't want anyone to get the idea that somehow I am not concerned about where taxpayer money is being spent. Just like you said, the mayor, it's in our budget. We account for every penny. We have sterling audits. Yeah, I care, but let's take a look at and see if there isn't anything afoot before we go off the deep end. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So number one, I want to just clarify that I did not mention any particular contractor at all. I have heard it mentioned, I've heard some mentioned, but I did not. Rather than ask to stay Mr. Harrison from spending money or anything, I think maybe an opportunity would just be more transparency, right? Just if things are coming across, is there a way that we can be included in just knowing that it's coming across? Not even if we don't have to vote on it, right? Even if he's doing it, because it's what happens. We get development reports, we get State of the Unions, if you will, from almost every department, and I think this should be no different. I am curious because the way I work, I like to pull things apart and understand what makes them work, and that's part of City University to me. And it's not negative, and I don't mean to think anything. I don't think anything's afoot necessarily. I would just like to see what it is. So, you take apart a watch and you see the cogs turning. You take the face off or the backplate off rather, and you see the things working. I just want to see how it's working, and I think that with the information provided, it will be very easy and it won't be a problem. I think it's just just make it simple. Keep it simple, right? That's all.
Very good. I've got Vice Mayor.
Quickly, the most important thing we do is spend people's money. They entrust us to do that, and just the fact that for this duration of time, some of us feel misled about what was even happening, is frustrating. And there's asymmetric information here because, Mayor, you sign these, and so we don't even see them. So I do think we need a report of everything that is being signed so that we know. It doesn't require our signature right now, but we should know what contracts are being signed and how people's money is being spent. And it's not because we're looking for something, a foul or a miss. It's because that is our job. That is what people have hired us to sit here and do. And if they thought that 75,000 was the limit, and that's what I've been telling people, and that's what we were told, that's not the case. So we need to look at what's been happening, understand where the money has been going, because we don't sign these contracts like you do. So we don't even get a list of them. It's time we do.
Very good. Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I'm all in favor of people seeing lists of where the money's going and asking questions where the money's going. But I'm going to vote no against your motion. But yeah, I mean, Mr. Harrison, he can push a button and get you guys reports that show you every dollar and which overall budget line item those dollars were accounted to. Now it will take some time on the part of all of those who are interested to sit with staff then to understand what those expenditures are for. I mean, yeah, if you see an expenditure to XYZ Corporation for $50,000, you're going to say, well, okay, well, that doesn't seem too bad, but you're not going to know what it's for unless you actually sit with staff, you'll do it. I know you'll do it because it's the commission. The commission wants information. So
we are here.
Absolutely.
To answer any of your questions at any time.
That's it.
Any one of you can ask to come in and sit down with us, and we will go over how much you want to go over in as much detail as you want. We can sit up here and talk about this all day on this dais, but you're going to get the answers from us in those offices across the hallway here.
Yep.
So please, call us, make an appointment. We'll sit down with you. We'll go over it until you understand it.
And absolutely, and that's what I would encourage everybody to do, so there is a full understanding of it. Commissioner Perkins, would you like to say something?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. I saw your hand getting jumpy over there, but like I said, I'm going to vote against the motion because I don't think we need to revisit it. But on the motion, I was clear when we voted back whenever it was what limits we were raising. I'm sorry that everybody wasn't, but sorry about that. But it was clear in my mind in the backup also. But yeah, let's go ahead and take the vote on the motion and get that over with. See where we go.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Read the motion.
The motion is to bring back an ordinance to roll back the limits in section 2, subsection C. B2. B2. Okay, B2. Roll back the B2 limits to what they were previously, which would have been, I guess,
75,000.
That's to bring an ordinance forward to do that. That's what the motion's for. All right, we ready? Okay, let's go. Let's vote.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Very good. Okay. Anything further, Vice? Okay. Yeah, I think yours was done already anyway.
My report is over again.
Okay, I've still got Commissioner Perkins wants to say.
I just wanted to know how soon can I get the information I requested from staff?
Mr. Harrison, as far as the spending
Yes.
from the year from
The whole year.
December 23 to December 24,
Yes.
and you want the expenditures over 75 or all expenditures
All of it.
under that
75
category?
to 200,000.
And you want under that category that we were talking about? You don't really want the consultants that Tammy's talking about?
No, not the consultant she's talking about.
Okay, because
City manager.
I'll have an answer for you before 6 o'clock this evening.
Wonderful, thank you so
how
much.
long it will take? And,
All
and
right.
is that what
That's what I'm talking about.
is that what everybody's asking for? Just that specific information?
Yeah, before.
I think I asked for some additional things like the contracts that have been signed, but I can put it out in an email, what I want.
Okay, and Commissioner Fezzik?
I would just like a full comprehensive view. I can quickly discern what construction is and what engineering is and architects from a consulting firm. So I can, and a quick Google search will probably fix the rest, or Sunbiz. So thank you.
Everything.
So I guess everything then. Okay, you want Tammy's stuff also.
From 75 to 300.
Yeah, let's go with everything since she's.
75 to 300.
Well, that, you've already seen everything from 75 to 300.
Yeah.
The exception of construction contracts. For design services, you've seen it.
I haven't seen consulting contracts in them.
Yes, I bring those before you.
Not your,
That's the only, that's that,
and this is how we got here.
because you want to see all those other contracts, everything else.
Yes.
Everything
We'd like
else.
to see the
75.
Yes.
construction services contracts
No.
up to 300,000. You would.
Yes, but I want to see any consulting contract, not under your purview of consulting, but under 2 or B2 here. Any consulting contract with any
Contracting
consultant, non-construction related, that the city has signed.
That would be contracting services.
Yeah.
Contracting services.
Contracting services, okay.
I mean, that's the differentiation in the terminology.
Well, we all tend to call them consultants up here, so maybe this
Yes.
terminology is part of the confusion.
So it's
Maybe a
contracting.
glossary.
Okay.
Contracting services, okay?
Well, I'd like to get the
get us-
contracting.
Get all that information. Well, Mr. Harrison, he'll have an answer by 6 o'clock tonight, how long it will take to give us all that information. And then he'll get the information out and we can figure out if we need more information.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine. But, and Mr. Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, please. This will also show the overall budget area that these come from, right? You get paid from. In other words, because we approved the budget.
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay. That way people can see that, okay, that comes out of this big bucket over here, or this comes out of this big bucket over here, so that, yeah, you'll see where it's actually being spent from. It's all been approved by us already. Very good. All right. My report, I'll try and make it brief. We'll see. First off, this ought to be an easy one. The MPO, we've got a seat on the MPO, and it was formerly occupied by former Commissioner and Vice Mayor Andrea McGee. I would like to take over that seat. I'm the mayor of the entire city, so I would like to be our representative on the MPO, and that also a seat on the MTEC, which is a subcommittee of the MPO. If anybody has any problems with that, please speak up. Otherwise, do I have to ask for an item on the agenda? I can't remember.
No, it's not necessary.
Make a motion and
No.
appoint you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion. I appoint myself to the MPO. How's that? And the MTEC committee.
I second.
Okay. Any discussion, commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll. We're all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Wow. Okay, thank you. All right. Next item. This has to do with not a charter change, but just a change to our operating procedures here. As has become evident, sometimes we get deadlocked, which, I mean, I don't really consider that to be a problem, nor I don't really consider it to be all that unusual, but some people do, and some people have issues with it. And I just want to throw this out there. To solve this issue, we have the flexibility, we being the commission, we have the flexibility to either add another city commission district or take away a city commission district. It's already built into our charter that we can have, is it 5 to 7, Mr. Berman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 5, so we can have 5 to 7 city commissioners. Now, it's already spelled out in the charter that there's a mayor at large. So we'd have to make a charter change to change that, which some people may want to do that too, but that's not my discussion. So my proposal would be to have us direct Mr. Harrison to hire a consultant, or I'm not sure what we want to call him, but hire some contractor.
A guy.
Guy. So, yeah, I want to be non-sexist here. Hire some contractor who has expertise in districting of cities and counties and states, whatever, to come in and take a look at our city and give us a few options about changing the number of districts for the city of Pompano Beach. And for two reasons. One reason is to get away from the even number of votes that we have. So that will, guys, let me go. That will stop any deadlock situation going forward if we made that change. The second reason is after we went through the last census, there was some discussion about looking to create a second majority-minority district. And that never really went anywhere because we didn't actually direct Mr. Harrison to hire some kind of a contractor to look at that particular area of our districts. So we could look at creating another district for the city to get away from the even number of votes that we currently have, and also look at the possibility of having a second majority-minority district in the city. So that's my idea. I'm happy to make a motion to that effect to direct in fact, I'll do that. I make a motion that we direct Mr. Harrison to hire a consultant to look at the districts in the city and come back with a few options for redistricting the city, adding another commission district, and also see if it's possible to somehow create a second majority-minority district. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, now, I've got a motion on the floor, so now we can talk about it. Commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins, I got it. She's been going, come on now. Commissioner Perkins, followed by Commissioner Fessick.
You know, Mayor.
Sure.
I think our city is large enough for another seat. I really do. When this came about, and I can't remember, not quite 30 years ago, but I want to say about 20, 25. Remember back in the day when we would vote for the mayor on the dais, the same as we do for the vice mayor? We need to go back to that.
Okay.
Because as you could remember, I think there was a lawsuit that Pat Larkins filed because we knew that once we get a citywide voting mayor, you would never get a minority back in that seat. And that was one of the reasons that Pat Larkins, I think, filed the lawsuit. Now, I don't know what become of it. I know because George Allen is deceased and that was his attorney at the time. But I think we're the only city in Broward with an even number of voting. You know, I mean, who would come up with 6 and 6? And from those years to now, it's coming back to raise his head and hunt us, you know, so
in other words, you support it?
Yeah, well, my thing is there are two people that can run a city, one or two. City manager or the mayor. And we have a strong city manager.
Correct.
So why do we need the mayor to run citywide when that's not what we were doing before? The reason that Pat Larkins was the mayor 5, 6, 7 times, because they voted on the dais for the mayor. Mm-hmm. They voted on the dais for the vice mayor. Mm-hmm. You know, Herb Skolnick said he always wanted to be the vice mayor. He never wanted to be a mayor. But
Commissioner, I hear you, but this is my report and this is my motion. If you want to do a charter change, that's okay.
It's your motion, but I'm just explaining what I think we need to go back to that worked back then that can still work now. You know, things change.
Sure.
You know, and my opinion is I just don't see having a citywide mayor when we don't have a strong mayor. We have a strong city manager that runs the city.
Okay.
So why do we need a citywide mayor? And you all had your reasons for coming up with that.
No. The people decided on that one.
I know you had to put it to a.
I think I voted against it actually, but that's.
Okay, but I just want to bring that.
Sure, that's okay. No harm, no foul.
I hear your motion, but yes, the city is big enough for another district. I agree with that.
So my motion is to direct the city manager to come back with a resolution to hire a contractor or something like that. So further commission discussion, we got Commissioner Fessick next.
So I'm new to politics, and I really don't even like the word still. But, you know, when I signed up to play this role, you know, to step into this role, and, you know, to me, this kind of like, I'm going to change the rules because I'm not winning, that's that's kind of how that's, again, perception is reality for me. And that, when there's the assumption that, and actually this is definitely my piece of this, the assumption from the press and from the people that I automatically am going to vote a certain way is offensive to me, because I have my own very well-working brain, and I have my very good, well-working ears that will listen to the people, and then I have just a core being of myself that I have no problem speaking up when I know what I'm talking about or when I'm comfortable with the material in front of me. I also have no problem saying I need more information before I'm ready to make a decision. So my no's sometimes are not a no because I'm jumping on the party train or some sort of bandwagon. My no's are because I actually just want to learn. And every day is a school day for me. Every single moment I am learning something new, and I love it. And I have had a great time doing this, but I want to make sure that it ties into this, though. It ties into your motion. I don't feel comfortable at the very beginning, where I've had not even 2 months sitting on a city commission, and we're discussing this when I sat through 2 years plus of meetings, watching it go 4-2, despite however many people would show up in the audience, or however many people, or however many petitions signed, or how many people were yelling, screaming, upset, letters written. I mean, I've seen it, I've heard it, I've talked to people, and I've experienced it myself. And so while I agree that this city has grown, I think at this point in time, going down that road is it would not look well optics-wise, and it would be absolutely, really just negative all around. I mean, I can't see a positive. If we want to do this in like closer to election season next time, then maybe we address it closer to that period of time. But I think we need to ride, we picked our lane, let's stay in it. Thank you.
And Commissioner, just so we're clear, I mean, I didn't say that, I'm not saying that we need to do anything any particular time, but without the information to look at, we really, it's kind of like, well, okay, we're just kind of guessing. And that's fine. And I certainly, I didn't come up with this idea to favor any particular side of a 3-3 tie. That's not what it's about. It's just to make sure a tie doesn't happen. That's all it was.
What do you mean by deadlock?
Well, that 3-3 is deadlock. Okay, that's deadlock.
No, 3-3 means it fails. But the thing to go back to that, though, is I understand that you're not meaning to do it for this time frame or anything along those lines. But again, the optics do look like that. And again, it's. I mean, I would really like to see who's coming up with this. Is it somebody who's upset about it? Just you? Oh, I thought you said that's what the people wanted.
No, this is
okay.
my
Okay.
report.
All right. No. Then okay. Then I stand corrected. Thank you.
This is just me. Yeah, it's just my idea. Let me look down here first. Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, then back down to Commissioner Segerson, then back to Commissioner Perkins. Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I actually completely agree with Commissioner Fesick. This is our second meeting with this new body, and while I do think that structurally it's a problem long-term, I don't think this is the timing to do this right now, and if we are going to do it, it needs to be broader than that. It needs to be a review by the Charter Amendment Board, looking at a charter amendment, because so Commissioner Perkins was talking about taking the mayor at large position away and making it a position.
That's Commissioner Perkins.
I understand, but I agree with her. If we're going to do this, then we need to back up and do it and talk about what the actual right structure is, look at what other cities are doing and what we want to do here, which might include a review by the Charter Amendment Board about what it would take to change the charter to get rid of that position, if that's what we decided we wanted to do also. So I think it's a much bigger conversation about the structure of this board than just hiring another consultant, which I just, right now I'm not saying yes to any consultant right now. So I don't support this at this time. I think like Commissioner Fesick said, the optics are pretty bad. We are going to attempt to get our footing as a board here, and hopefully we can, and then we can decide if that's what makes sense. But I think right now it's like, I've been in the minority for years, and it's like, I'm not going to take my ball and go home. Like, we're going to play, and we're going to see what happens. So I do not support it.
Okay, that's fine. Now I've got
Here, please.
Commissioner Segerson-Eden, then
I have my hand up.
then back to Commissioner Perkins.
So yeah, how do the optics looks? Well, the way I look at politics, and it's not really politics, it's government, it's law. We serve as board of directors of a $400 million plus municipal corporation. We're here to make policy and run this corporation, this municipal corporation. And when you talk about optics, the optics that you're worried about is what it looks like 10 years down the road, because we deal in future opportunities, future land use, future property rights. Everything deals in the future. So our optics are important. And when we have a commission that was going to sit here for the next 2 and maybe deadlocked on the very critical issues that have been planned in this city, then the optics of that ruin our opportunities going forward and create a bad situation for the residents, who are the ones who will suffer. So I would support looking into it. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, when you say deadlock, I feel like individually, I've been deadlocked for 8 years on this dais, and I took it like a woman and stayed focused on the issues in my district. That's what we do. I understand what you're saying, Mayor, but my question is, why now? And you said the deadlock, but I'm still asking, why now? I think your motion needs more discussion. I'd like to hear more from the residents on what their take is and how they feel about this issue. It's kind of quick. 2 new commissioners need some time to kind of vent with their districts about it and their feelings as well. So I'm not going to support it at this point. But I do understand where you're trying to go with this. You know, I get it.
It's not, look, it's no skin off my nose, so to speak, but I just thought it would be better for the overall governance of the city. That's really what it was, an odd number. Because, yeah, if you do look around, odd numbers of governing bodies are fairly rare, for good reason. That way, there isn't a situation or an issue that winds up deadlocked. Mm-hmm. But that's, any further discussion on the motion? Okay. No? Okay, let's call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, okay, that just, it was an idea, that's fine. Last item I've got is, okay, this is a little stickier, okay? Now we're wading into more territory here, okay? I'm talking about a charter change this time because, the first one, that's not a charter change because it was already built into the charter that we could expand the number of districts. But my proposal would be a charter change with 4-year staggered terms for commissioners as opposed to the current 2-year terms. So 4-year staggered terms with 12-year term limits for mayor and city commissioners. But this is an idea that I think, because it is a charter change, we would need to actually talk to have the Charter Review Committee look into it and give us a recommendation. They may think it's a great idea. They may think that there's something else to be done. But start the process of looking at 4-year staggered terms for commissioners, because, the mayor already has a 4-year term, and stagger them. That way we're not all up at the same time. We or anybody else in the future is not all up at the same time, to have some continuity of government, so to speak, but with the 12-year term limits, which we'd never actually incorporated term limits into the discussion of expanded number of years for commissioners. I've got the vice mayor and then.
Did you make a motion or you're just?
Well, I'm making a motion, yes.
So you need a second?
Yeah, let's do it that way. So yeah, I make a motion that we send that down to the Charter Review.
Second.
Okay, we got seconds all over the place. Okay, now, Commissioner or Vice Mayor.
So I've been talking about this for a while. I think we need term limits in our city. I actually think our terms, I know it's an odd number and it's strange, but I think 4 is too long and 2 is too short, so I think 3 is the right number. So I know it's hard with elections, I get it. So you'd be in a big election every other time, but these are the things we should be talking about, I think. And I guess I'd like to get, before we do this, maybe some benchmarking of what other cities do in the county. So can we get that and then take a look at it and
Well, sure. I mean, benchmarking is easy. I mean, Mr. Harrison can have staff make some phone calls. And
So I'd like to see
Staff's got
some-
lots of time, Mr.
That would be one of the first things the charter committee would look at anyway.
Yeah. Yes. No, yeah.
I think in the past, these charter amendments have failed because they were perceived as kind of taking a lot or trying to take a lot without giving any. And so I've always said that if you're going to do that, attempt to take a longer term or do things like that, it has to be coupled with a term limit. So I do think that is probably a positive step. I think 12 years is a really long time to be a city commissioner, but which is why I think 3 and 3, 9, that's plenty.
Yeah,
but it's odd. I get it. So, but I think it's worth looking into adding, as long as it includes adding term limits.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay. Commissioner Smith.
I'm just going to say that I agree with that. But I do think Tamarack is an even vote.
Could be.
You might want to look at that. And I thought that was interesting too, because I thought we were the only city with an even vote. But to do longer terms and to stagger them just makes so much sense for the knowledge that's up here on the dais. I think it's important because we risk losing everything in one election.
Yeah, well, on the flip side, you could say, well, you're doing a pretty poor job if all of us got voted out. Yeah. But you got a good point.
Mayor?
Very good.
Yeah, so
I've got Commissioner Segerson.
How about considering bringing elections back to March? One day in March. That's a thought. Why don't have them review that?
That's a thought. That's a thought. Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I've always agreed with term limits, along with the four-year voting election. I think we had this on the ballot about maybe 5-6 years ago.
Yeah,
and the reason it did not pass is because there were no term limits. And at the time, I think I was the only one on the dais that was, agreeing with the term limits. So yes, I think 4. I like the idea too of 3. 3 is better than 4 for me. But yeah, 4-year. I would definitely support 4 years with term limits. I'm on board with that.
Yeah,
that sounds fair.
And it's honestly, it's here again. Nobody, just so everybody's clear on this, nobody proposed this to me. I came up with this, but it's just based upon. Look, I run for office too, but I don't have to run every 2 years.
Right.
And I know what it's like to have to run for office, and I did it. I did it every 2 years as a city commissioner for a lot of years. But it's a pain in the butt. Now you're willing to do it because, you're driven. You want to do good for your community, but it is a pain in the butt. But also, it's disruptive for the city. And that's the thing. If we could have fewer elections, now it's a trade-off, because some people look back and they say, well, yeah, but supposing we were stuck with so-and-so for 4 years instead of 2.
Right.
Well, that's true. You're taking a risk. But, and philosophically, I've always been opposed to term limits. That's my philosophical feeling. I'm opposed to term limits, but in the spirit of compromise to get some longer terms for the city commission, I think it's an acceptable compromise. I've always been in favor of the voters have the ultimate term limits in their hands. So having enforced term limits basically takes their choice away from them, because you're then telling them they can't have their elected official if that's who they choose.
Right.
Term limits then stops that. But like I said, I was willing to kind of compromise here to try and get something over the finish line for these 4-year staggered terms, which sticking with 4 years, that works because of the gubernatorial and then the presidential election. So we get more people out there to vote, and of course the cost savings involved. Yeah. If we did 3, we'd go back to it's going to cost.
And I think what the 2 new commissioners do not understand is that you really only have 1 year.
Yeah.
And next January, it's time to run again. And I've heard some staff members tell me, and when it's time to run again, some reason the city and staff seem to think you're not supposed to do anything. Oh, I can't do this because you're up for a re-election. Yeah. And you're supposed to really stop being an elected official for that length of time. And you have all these things on the table. And staff will say, well, no, I can't do that because it's election time. Mm-hmm. So you really only have 1 year. So January, it's time to run again. Next January is time to run again.
That's it.
That's it.
So, Vice Mayor?
Just quickly, yeah, Commissioner Perkins is completely right. It's like a one-year term, which is, and then it's also expensive to run for office. So I think, that it helps there too. Interestingly, on your point of compromise, in my last newsletter, this was the question I asked. It was, do you support instituting term limits for your local elected officials in Pompano Beach? And the result was 83% said yes, 11% said no, and 6% said don't care. So that is how you get something else like longer terms over the finish line.
I mean, I've seen poll results like that before, and it's kind of like you walk up to somebody and say, hey, you want lower taxes? The answer you're going to get overwhelmingly is going to be yes. So you walk up to somebody and say, hey, you want term limits? They're going to say, yeah, I'm going to have control of those so-and-sos. But if you ask pointed question, hey, you want to get rid of that mayor? Say, well, no, and they go to the ballot box and say, well, no, we think he's doing a good job. So it depends upon the question you ask and how you ask it. So I appreciate your poll. There's ways to do polls and ways to do scientific polls. Not to diminish anything, but no, that's fine. So anyway, the motion's been made to, I guess, get this down to charter review. And any further conversation, discussion on it? Seeing none, okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on this one, just for fun.
Commissioner Fezzik,
For fun, yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Fun, yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Fun.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, see, we're the fun commission. Come on, all right.
Some of us.
See, we can work together.
Yeah, there you go. It was unanimous, too. Come on, what a concept. All right, let's see. Did everybody remember MLK Parade and activities, all the good stuff that we've got coming up, Jazz Fest, thank you. Oh, Nautical Flea Markets this weekend. Thank you, Vice Mayor, appreciate that. So yeah, there's always something going on at Pompano Beach. Thank you all for being here. Enjoy the evening. Not quite, no, we've got 3 minutes till 5 o'clock. This meeting is adjourned.